Morning, Jazz. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Morning.
Excellent. Should we get started? I think we have most of the participants here.
Things are right on time, 5 a.m. here in DC.
Okay, so should I get started or are you going to run through the agenda first?
Sure, I can run through the agenda, but first to say to welcome all of the participants. Thank you very much for coming to our second in a series of workshop to disseminate the climate toolkits for infrastructure PPPs. As you would have seen in the invitation sent out previously, this session will run over 3 days and cover the follow-on from the umbrella toolkit that we presented to many of you 2 years ago. This one will cover the transport, water and sanitation, digital and energy specific climate toolkits. Just to let you know what to expect in today's session. Thank you very much, Ajaz, for providing us the opening remarks for this morning. We'll then proceed with the overview of the umbrella toolkit. This is a refresher for all of those who may not be so familiar. We'll then move on to do a recap of the case study of the umbrella toolkits. And then we'll move on to the transport sector toolkit presentation, followed up by a case study. Then we'll have questions and answer session for 10 minutes, and then we'll give a break before moving on to the water and sanitation sector toolkit. Then we'll close out the session. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to you, Ijaz. He's our acting practice manager for the PPP group of infrastructure PPPs and guarantees. Over to you, Ijaz. Thank you so much.
Thank you and welcome again, colleagues. Like Rafi said, my name is Ijaz Ahmed and I currently head the PVP group at the World Bank. Thank you for joining us today. This is an important training session on sector-specific climate infrastructure PVP toolkits. It is indeed a pleasure to see so many of you join us today to learn about the critical nexus between infrastructure and climate change and how we can effectively mainstream climate mitigation and adaptation through public-private partnerships. As we are all aware, infrastructure is a significant contributor to climate change while simultaneously being vulnerable to its impacts. This dichotomy presents a complex challenge, particularly for developing nations where emissions must be curtailed and new infrastructure must be resilient to extreme climate events, all the while remaining economically viable. The magnitude of the challenge becomes even more apparent when we consider the staggering investments required by developing countries, which is estimated to be approximately $2.4 trillion annually between 2023 and 2030 to address global challenges like climate change. Thus, public-private partnerships emerge as a crucial avenue to drive investment in climate-smart infrastructure. When structured effectively, PPPs have the potential to enhance climate resilience by offering market-based solutions to both mitigation and adaptation challenges. However, navigating PPPs within the context of climate change and other global uncertainties has become increasingly complex, as you can imagine. Acknowledging this complexity, the World Bank Group has developed these sector-specific climate infrastructure PPP toolkits. These toolkits are tailored to address the unique requirements and challenges of PPP projects in key sectors, such as water production and treatment, digital hydropower, transport, and renewable energy, and offers standardized mitigation and adaptation measures throughout the project lifecycle. This initiative represents a collaborative effort across various parts within the World Bank Group with valuable contributions for entities like the Global Infrastructure Facility, the Public-Private Advisory Facility, and the International Finance Corporation. Before concluding, I must emphasize the firm commitment of the World Bank Group to the climate agenda, as highlighted by its Climate Change Action Plan, aiming for 45% climate co-benefits, with at least 50% dedicated to adaptation. In fiscal year 2023, the World Bank delivered $38.6 billion in climate financing, comprising 41% of the total development financing. Yet more action is needed to bridge the climate finance gap. Urgency lies in mobilizing private capital to scale the development of climate resilient infrastructure. As we progress today, I urge you to actively engage in this training session and leverage the knowledge and tools provided to drive impactful change. I wish you all a successful training. I am now pleased to hand over the floor to my colleague, Mariana Silva, who will provide an overview of the Climate Umbrella Toolkit. Thank you again for your participation and commitment to this important agenda. Over to you, Mariana.
Thank you very much, Ajas, for kicking us off in this very important morning and afternoon where you're based. We're very, very pleased to see everyone connected, and we're very excited to talk about climate in the context of infrastructure this morning or this afternoon. If we could switch to the next slide, please. I would like to introduce the team members who are present here today, and also acknowledge that this climate toolkits have been a really joint effort also for with the different sectors of the World Bank. This slide represents the people connected here today, but as well, we would like to acknowledge those who have been contributing. So we also have our consultants, grid engineers, who will also be facilitating this workshop. And you can see that myself, Kathy, Helen, and Giselle will be here connected as well to answer any questions that you may have at the journey that we're going to have this morning. If we could go to the next slide, I would like to really, before I tell you what the climate toolkits do and how do you implement it, I just want to take 30 seconds to start us saying why. Why is this important? Why do we need the climate tools for infrastructure? And in preparation for this workshop, I looked at the latest data, and I found that according to the NOAA, who is a scientific and regulatory agency for the US for climate change, it was very clear, based on NASA data, that April has been recorded globally the warmest month on Earth. This is the 11th consecutive record warm that the global surface has reached a temperature 1.32 higher than the average for the 20th century. And this is based on data since we started recording since 1985. I think that this is also presented in news that we have seen depending on where you are, which region you're based. You saw that in April, Rio Grande do Sul, the southern region of Brazil, had major catastrophic because of flooding reported, that there has been the worst flood in the last 80 years with dozens of dead, unfortunately. And in East Africa, in Kenya and Tanzania, people were displaced because of flooding, thousands of people. And I'm sure that you saw the news in Dubai and Oman that in extreme rainstorm, that it rained so much as the equivalent of 2 years, caused major infrastructure disruption. This was just in the past 4 weeks. This is just in the past of April. So when we think about infrastructure, we have to think about the urgency to lower greenhouse emission to make sure that we keep the target of the Paris alignment to keep the degree no higher than 1.5 or 2 degree scenario of a pre-industrial level. But we're also talking with the same level of urgency to retrofit and create resilient infrastructure that is fit for purpose for the climate experience that we're already developing, that we already experience today. So I'm very honored that different teams in the World Bank, the Global Infrastructure Facility, the Public-Private Infrastructure Advisory Facility, and the IFC have joined together to develop these climate toolkits because they're really tangible tools to make sure that we embed climate mitigation and adaptation along the different cycles of the infrastructure. So if we could continue the slide, please. So when we think about infrastructure, and all jointly here today, the different units that you represent, we have two important targets. One is to design and deliver infrastructure that they're low carbon and resilient, but also the second one is the infrastructure that is structured with clear revenue streams, that is identified as a potential PPP that can leverage private sector investment. But I think everyone here can agree that to tackle the ambitious climate agenda, we need every player in the ecosystem, with the private sector being one very important one to mobilize private capital for the required infrastructure financing needs. So the umbrella toolkit, what it does is orient and supports in an integrated approach. It's okay, well, you can move to the next one thing. It develops selection, design, structuring, and preparation of tendering of climate smart. How do we do it? It does it in a way that it discusses the interactions and trade-off among the technical, economic, financial, and contractual decisions of a PPP project. And here I want to emphasize as well the financial and contractual, because after giving hands-on advice to the user on how you detect mitigation and adaptation, is like, how do you embed that in the economic models, in the financial model, and at the end on the tender process. So the project is really very well structured from the climate perspective. The intended audience are, we're honored by whoever is connected from our client, emerging market and development economy governments. But we'll also, as a secondary audience, we thought the MDBs, the World Bank colleagues, but also all the MDBs and development finance institutions, PPP units and advisory service could benefit from this toolkit. After developing the umbrella toolkit, we identified a very important part of the market, which was project and infrastructure is very sector specific. So throughout the journey of this training, we're going to go into the nuances of different subsectors, but they provide hands-on and clear fit for purpose solution, focusing on the different 5 sectors for implementation for PPP practitioners. So those sectors, as already my colleague Kathy mentioned in the introductions, are roads, ICT, renewable energy, which is wind and solar, water, and hydropower. So they focus on the early stage of implementation of PPPs and embed everything that they need from the subsector perspective. If we move to the next slide. So how do we actually do this? I think it's important to look at this as a process. Whenever we have a project, we need to ask ourselves, how is my project aligned with the global and national climate change agenda and sector-specific development plans? So sometimes this could be a hunting task, and the toolkit provides steps in a way that you can assess your project alignment with not only your national development plan, but also with the global agendas. So it's a process that it makes it a little bit more digestible. Then I think that we can all agree here that we cannot manage what we cannot measure. And a greenhouse emission is one of a key quantification that we need to do at the project level. Sometimes there could be very sophisticated ways of doing it, and sometimes there can be preliminary estimations. So the Climate Toolkit provides ways to do preliminary estimations for greenhouse emission at the project, and then also guidance on how can you actually reduce this. Specifically for the sector toolkit, it provides much more targeted and specific ways of reducing greenhouse emission and maybe incorporating nature-based solution. Then climate risk screening. Oh, sorry, you please don't change the slide yet. For climate risk screening, we think about the hazards and climate-induced impacts, and you think about, okay, how is my project affected by climate hazards around the project, but it's also how my project could potentially produce risk through the systemic as an infrastructure asset. So it's important to have that in consideration. Then finally, after we have a good picture of mitigation and adaptation, how do we embed this in the project economics, into the decision-making process, and then the climate KPIs? So now if we go into the next slide, these concepts that I have presented, it's the way that we have structured the toolkit in an architecture model way that it walks you through the life cycle. We start with project alignment with climate policies. We follow with climate consideration in project selection for both mitigation and adaptation. Model 3 is really how do we embed that information into the cost-benefit analysis and the value for money for the PPP. And finally, what KPIs do we need to embed in our tender process, in our contract, in our risk sharing matrix as a PPP that will make the contract and the PPP very fit for purpose. If we go to the next slide, we see that, as I said, different sectors have different unique needs for climate mitigation. So for roads, we know that they're already threatened by extreme weather events that impact disruption and damage of roads, bridges, and different materials. So the toolkit provides best practice. At the same time, we know that the motorized vehicle use and secondary from construction, operation, and maintenance related activities could increase greenhouse emissions. So there's some also best practice on how lowering the carbon footprint for roads. For ICT, the infrastructure related to the data management and data transmission infrastructure could be very vulnerable to climate events, but could also generate a lot of greenhouse footprint. So it provides very specific measures that we can do this. And I'm gonna leave this slide here because we're gonna go through the journey of this sectorial toolkits, go into the depth on what does it mean by subsector. If we go to the next slide. I really want to take a moment here to put this climate toolkits in the broader World Bank and MDB's corporate commitments. I'm sure that most of you have heard about the methodology that the MDBs have developed for Paris alignment. And these toolkits are extremely relevant on this journey that the World Bank is doing for this goal that they have said that they're by 2024, every single project that the World Bank group, the public sector side finances, it needs to be 100% Paris alignment. For MEGA and IFC, the target is 2025. And what does that mean in reality? It may sound like a cumbersome methodology, but it's really simple. First, they ask, is my project aligned with the climate strategies of the NDC long-term decarbonization pathway? Has my project identified the risks? Do I know what are the climate hazards affected to my project? And if so, what am I doing to retrofit it or make it more resilient? In my mitigation goal, have I already done everything that I can do to lower greenhouse emission? And do my project accounts for transition risk? If so, is my project economically viable? So then after that, the Paris alignment methodology makes a judgment decision through a checklist question if my project is fit for purpose from climate adaptation lens, but also for climate mitigation lens. And the MDBs are taking very serious that every single project that they will finance needs to be aligned with the Paris alignment trajectory. And why is it relevant for all of us here who are connected? It's because at some point through the life cycle of infrastructure, MDBs play an important role. And if MDBs are to come to the table for a PPP, it's important to know that every single project that they will be able to support, it needs to be Paris aligned. So this is also a very important incentive for us to think about how are we gonna look this from the project preparation stage, from the early stage when thinking about a PPP. We can move to the next slide. Finally, the last three slides gives you a little bit flavor about how the models were created to make them interactive. And just to give you a little bit of exciting news as a flavor, that the toolkit that you have seen as a PDF will move into a web-based tool in the future that will help the user have a much more easy interaction by clicking during the different, for example, yes, you can go to the next slide. Model 1 in the next slide, it really walks you through a process instead of having a report that you need to find out where you are, what's your next step. It's structured in a way that it flows so you can follow this as a step and make it as easy as possible to make sure that you make your project as fit for purpose for climate mitigation and resilience. So model 2, the same way, there's a flow chart that allows the users to go through this process to make sure that they ameliorate the project. So that's the overview of the umbrella toolkit, of the sector toolkits. just to give us an initial start of why are they important, how we do it, and what we do it. And with that, I'm going to pass the floor to my colleague Helen, who now is going to give us an example and bring everything much more into context on how the umbrella toolkit was used for the PPP planning process in Kaduna State, Nigeria. Over to you, Helen.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for that wonderful introduction to the umbrella toolkit, as well as the sector-specific toolkits that we'll hear more about in just a minute from Rallis and the grid engineering team, as well as to Ajaz for introducing the session, and Kafi for letting us know what's to come today. So that being said, as Mariana mentioned, I'll walk you through a quick case study of the CTIP3 umbrella toolkit in action. This is a case in which, Rallis, if you can go back to the first slide. Just quickly introducing that this is again a case study on the umbrella toolkit. So again, we thought it would be useful here before we dove into the sector specific toolkits that you could kind of take a look at what it really meant to utilize this toolkit or the umbrella kind of overarching toolkit to take a look at all of your PPP pipeline holistically from sector to sector. So this was really used by Kaduna State in Nigeria to improve their PPP planning processes. And what we'll see here in a moment is that they were actually able to better prioritize which PPP projects within their pipeline to kind of move forward into implementation due to the climate considerations that could be integrated within those PPP projects that had already been shortlisted. So next slide, please. So you'll see here on the top right-hand corner, this was a PF case study or work that was conducted in conjunction with PF, the Public-Private Infrastructure Advisory Facility that Mariana had mentioned earlier, which many of us are representing here today. And these types of case studies have been implemented by both PF as well as GIF and of course the IFC as well. Oftentimes we'll partner together in order to develop these case studies. And the reason that I want to hone in on that is because these become really kind of holistic case studies where we don't just aid the PPP unit in utilizing that tool to better kind of prepare their PPP projects, but we're also able to provide them with work on the onset such that the outcomes of the tool are better actually utilized and implemented by oftentimes developing a gap assessment report, and then also at the outset to develop these reports that really kind of nicely frame the outcomes of the study, such that those PPP unit members that may not have been involved with working with PF, GIF, and IFC understand and are able to easily digest kind of the results of the utilization of that tool moving forward. So the next couple of slides will kind of walk you through, sorry, Rallis, if you can go back just one more. The next couple of slides will walk you through what that gap assessment report looked like, where again, PF worked in conjunction with KDIPA, which is the Kaduna State Investment Promotion Agency, and in this case, the agency that developed the PPP pipeline and decided which projects would be shortlisted in order to better assess their regulatory framework as it stood at the time of the study to see whether or not climate could be seamlessly integrated. Of course, the answer was no, as many of our countries are seeing, and how the regulatory framework could therefore be updated, as well as where the institutional capacity stood. As we know, we all have a lot of work to do in terms of understanding climate data and integrating that climate data into successful and sustainable infrastructure projects. After that gap assessment report was prepared, KDIPA was able to better understand how they wanted to use the CTIP3 umbrella toolkit to develop their own Excel-based tool that was really tailored to their needs. So as Mariana had mentioned, really the introductory phase of the umbrella toolkit steps through how you can ensure that you are Paris aligned, how you can ensure that you're meeting these different climate targets of your nation. But then again, maybe taking it a step further, if you're representing a state within your country or a specific region, what of those climate considerations really apply to you. So KDIPA was specifically able to take this umbrella toolkit and develop their own Excel-based tool, in addition to a guidance note to allow their PPP unit to best assess how to embed climate considerations into the PPP process. And then lastly, this was all then developed into a clean, green, and resilient PPP pipeline report. And the really interesting thing about this report, what we'll see from the conclusions, is that the outcomes of utilizing the tool were really able to allow the CTIP3 agency to better shape their list of shortlisted projects for PPP development, and that the ranking of their shortlist actually changed once they had embedded climate considerations and really taken a look at how these PPP projects could really be adapted to be made climate smart. Next slide, please, Ralis. Okay, so stepping you through the deliverables from this PF case study. So the first, of course, was that gaps and recommendations report. And this is kind of a conclusion slide that was taken from the task team that had been working very closely with CTIP3, the agency within Kaduna State responsible for PPPs. So as you can see here, the conclusions were really broken down into three main categories of where the most help was needed. The first, as expected, was based on the regulatory framework. So updates were really needed within the PPP policies and manuals that were already in existence, such that climate considerations could even be built into and also could be required within PPP projects. Once those recommendations had been made for updating of the PPP regulatory framework in order to ensure that climate could be embedded, the team also recognized that mechanisms needed to, of course, be put into place to even collect that climate target and decarbonization data in the first place. They also needed to invest in tools and technology to better boost the collection of that primary climate data, and then also do a better job of analyzing those climate trends for themselves, and then ultimately reporting out those climate risks and vulnerabilities that would then be integrated into the tool itself. And then lastly, as we all know, and as we're doing here today, is really that capacity building initiative that needs to take place. As I said previously, we all need to do our job in learning how to integrate that climate data and really understand that climate data from the onset in order to build sustainable infrastructure. So a handful of capacity building recommendations for CTIP3 were put in place as well. So moving forward. So then once the team at CTIP3 as well as the PF task team kind of had a better understanding of what was specifically needed for CTIP3, once they kind of utilized the tool to understand what PPP projects could be climatized and how, they were then able to use the CTIP3 umbrella toolkit that, again, as Mariana stated, existed at that point only as a PDF document, and were able to turn it into their own tailored Kaduna State Excel-based tool. And this is something that you all can think about doing for yourselves. Again, we'll take a look at what this tool looks like once it is kind of designed more modularly and put onto a database or onto a web-based platform. But simultaneously, this is something that was done really, really nicely by Kaduna State, again, because it was so tailored to their specific needs. Excel, of course, being a platform that everyone has quite a bit of familiarity with already. So again, this was also paired with a guidance note that kind of continued to build that capacity in terms of how to really utilize that tool. And then on the right-hand side, you'll kind of see the different squares correspond to each sheet within the Excel spreadsheet that was developed. And this is a spreadsheet that we can send out to participants such that you have a better understanding of what this actually looked like in practice. So kind of stepping through those various sheets, you'll see that the first sheet kind of gave an executive summary or an overview of how to navigate the toolkit itself. The second sheet talked through the background of the toolkit. Again, this information was detailed in greater detail within the guidance note. And then moving on throughout the sheets, it went through the specific phases or modules of the umbrella toolkit, of course, starting out with that introductory phase that talks through all of the different climate considerations based off of each country's NDCs and different kind of national climate targets. And then, of course, went through the other various phases from project selection, preparation, structuring, and then eventually tendering. The guidance note was also really useful because it kind of set the stage specifically for Kaduna State. So this is certainly something that we recommend each PPP unit do for themselves as well as they begin to utilize the toolkit. So next slide, Rollis. And then this is, I think, a really useful slide because it kind of shows where the toolkit slotted in really nicely into CTIP3's PPP kind of multi-criteria analysis model that they already had. So if you take a look here, this is the model that they use to assess whether or not a project is viable as a PPP. And they were able to take the different modules of the toolkit and kind of set it into that progress or that process that was already in place. So the first thing that they do once a project comes to their doorstep, whether new or old, is ask themselves these three questions. The first being very basic, whether or not there's enough information on the project available to move forward with it. If they answer yes to that question, they then ask whether or not enough funds have been identified or whether or not there's a reliable source of revenue from the public sector side or commitment of funding from the public sector. As we know, of course, this climate toolkit really is here to incentivize private sector funding and financing opportunities. And that's, of course, very needed moving forward in order to design climate smart infrastructure. But we also have to know at the onset whether or not the public funding is also available. And then lastly, whether or not the project itself is available or is viable for a PPP tender for the PPP model itself. If the project answers yes to all three of those questions, it advances to the PPP project preparation, alignment, and selection phase. And you'll see here within Kaduna State's multi-criteria analysis model, they have 6 criteria that they already followed in terms of assessing whether or not it was a priority for the public sector, assessing what the economic impact was, et cetera, et cetera. And what they then did is they took that introductory phase of the umbrella toolkit and listed that as the 7th criteria. And the introductory phase is really where you go through, again, all of those climate considerations and taking a look at whether or not the project is viable to hit some of those climate targets that have been nationally set forth, whether they be mitigating or adaptive. And once that 7th criteria was put in place, once the project is then assessed for criteria 1 through 7, if it still kind of matches what the country needs, and if it in fact can be climate aligned, it then moves forward into the procurement and approval stages, where again, the latter phases of the toolkit can be used, that being structuring and tendering. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an interesting slide to me, actually, because it really shows you hands-on what the toolkit did for Kaduna State specifically. So they had 15 projects at the time that had been previously identified and shortlisted for PPP implementation using their MCA model as it stood, their multi-criteria analysis tool for PPP projects. And they had, you can see here on the right-hand side, that last column shows what the old MCA rating output and how it had ranked those projects. And after they had utilized the CTIP3 umbrella toolkit, how that rating changed. Oh, and the boxes are misaligned, I apologize, but they should be shifted a little bit further down to show that the ranking of the first 3 projects actually changed, as well as the 8th or previously the 11th project. So you can again see these are PPP projects across the board. They span all sectors. Some of them are related to water treatment plants, others are related to irrigation centers, other for solar projects, etc. And the ranking did change based off of how easily one could essentially build in climate considerations to these projects and how climate aligned they were in terms of meeting national climate goals. Next slide, please. So just to conclude here, this is really just to say that the climate toolkit really does a lot for embedding climate considerations into the onset of these PPP projects, such that by the time they even make it to implementation or are shortlisted for development, those climate considerations are very well embedded into the process already, such that, and again, this is the PPP life cycle. This is something that was taken from the Kaduna State report, the final report that I had mentioned at the onset of this case study presentation. But by the time that these projects actually make it to the contract structuring and tendering phases, they are well aligned with climate mitigation and adaptation targets. They have climate considered from beginning to end, through preparation all the way through operation and maintenance. And this really ensures mainstreaming of climate action during the earliest phases of PPP prioritization and planning, such that once you see these projects through to fruition, those climate considerations are well embedded within the projects. So with that, I will wrap it up and move on to the next portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Moving on to the description, a rough summary of what the road sector toolkit includes. Just a note before starting, we can see there are some questions coming in the chat. The World Bank Group team will try to provide some answers during the presentation, but there will be a Q&A session immediately after the presentation of the toolkit. So the intention is to discuss all these questions there as well. Moving to the road sector toolkits, let's recap what Mariana described in the beginning. So the sector toolkits, unlike the umbrella toolkit, focus on the first phase of the PPP cycle, that is the project selection. So the idea is to provide guidance to teams, preferably minimizing the role of consultants. This is why the instructions are in some cases very detailed, trying to provide guidance to even non-experienced teams, because even the most experienced teams cannot be, perhaps experienced across all sectors. So this is the idea for the first phase of the cycle. Show or help users understand what needs to be done in order to during the project selection. By road sector, we intend to include both greenfield and brownfield projects, right? So the first project category, as you can see here, are urban mobility projects and multimodal transportation. An example, a very recent example where climate considerations have been included is a 250 million grant from IDA in Mozambique, which was intending to improve mobility and accessibility in the Maputo metropolitan area. So the infrastructure was there, but this had to do with multimodal transportation. A second category could be the rehabilitation or expansion or change of alignment of an existing road network. Again, it can be a brownfield project. Examples, and these are just very indicative examples, just to provide an idea of what this could mean. Two very recent projects. First, coming from Pakistan, the Sindh Flood Emergency Rehabilitation Project in Sindh Province. And again, this year, borrowing the example from Nepal, where climate considerations have been included in the Provincial Local Roads Improvement Program project. Also in Belarus, the Transit Corridor Improvement Project, again, loaded with climate considerations. Third category could be obviously the greening, like moving to more sustainable road infrastructure. So greening of transport corridors, including nature-based solutions and traffic congestion management. So just hinting here that it doesn't have to necessarily be about measures about the infrastructure, it can also have to do with operations. Hence the congestion management example. Borrowing the example here because it's very illustrative from a 2015 project in China, the Tianjin Urban Transport Improvement Project, which included redevelopment of the streetscape, pedestrian and bike lanes, bike sharing systems, etc. All these are solutions that can be included in such projects. And finally, the obvious electrification and energy efficiency of transport and of emission control. Again, from this year, the air pollution in the capital region in Georgia. How is this happening? As Mariana indicated in the introduction, the toolkits generally comprise 4 modules. There is the exception of the roads toolkit, which only has 3 modules. Starting with the first one, which has to do with how to enhance climate mitigation. And remember again the steps that Mariana mentioned. First step, it shows how to assess consistency of a project with countries' climate strategies. That can be the nationally determined contributions, the LTS, the NAPs, the national legislation, and everything. So the first step is it provides a questionnaire guiding users on how to make sure that the project under development is consistent with the country's climate strategies and commitments. The second step is how it can include more, how to identify potential mitigation risks, right? So how do we make sure that the project does not, for instance, lock in technologies that could negatively impact the country's low GHG emissions pathways. And of course, as a step 3, show or specify or indicate measures that can be incorporated to reduce the risk, for example, by implementing the ASI approach, which is quite widespread in the road sector. Just a reminder of what the ASI framework consists of. ASI stands for Avoid, Shift, Improve. So the first step is to put in measures that help reduce or avoid the need to travel. So no car needed, no emissions. The second is shift. So how can we shift part of the traffic to more environmentally friendly modes? And finally, improve. So how can the transport modes and vehicle technologies be improved in terms of energy efficiency and emissions? This takes us to the 4th step, which provides instructions on how to monitor the environmental and sustainability benefits of the project. And for that, the toolkit provides reporting metrics and key performance indicators, which are compliant with those coming from international organizations such as ICMA and LMA. Moving to how to enhance climate mitigation, we recognize 2 broad categories of projects. The first being the ones that can be characterized as purely clean transportation projects. I would say projects that move people or freight using significantly more sustainable and less polluting means of transportation. An example of a fictitious BRT project, Bus Rapid Transit Network, it is widely considered to be, if built appropriately, a quite clean transportation project. And in this case, we are showing some examples. Starting the numbering here indicates somehow the level of importance. The first thing, the one that easier comes to mind, is using low emission buses carrying large amounts of people effectively. Then dedicated lanes to ensure faster journey. Excuse me. It should be journey here. Journey times. Obviously, it also includes the redesign of sidewalks to optimize the safety of pedestrians and also protection from weather. A good system, a good traffic management, providing linkages with local buses and train services, ensuring maximum coverage and efficiency. The infrastructure should be integrated within a sustainable cityscape, but also measures, again, operational measures, for instance, fare level adjustments to support inclusive development and obviously incentivize people to use these modes of transport. And then there's the second case, which is what we usually have in mind. We usually have in mind the conventional roads, the conventional highway systems or urban transport systems, where the toolkit indicates a series of what we call small-scale mitigation measures. Obviously, the road sector will somehow increase GHG emissions, but this can be perhaps reduced by including a series of interventions. Indicatively, we're showing the on-site renewables, for instance, solar panels along the highway or on the embankments, activities to avoid or reduce GHG emissions, like low carbon marking material, and even again, operational measures like congestion charging or road pricing protocols using low emission zones. The third category are components that promote low carbon efficient transport, like charging stations. So a network that includes a lot of charging stations will attract electric vehicles. Energy efficiency provisions during both construction and operation. That includes energy efficient appliances and also equipment. And obviously, any patrol vehicles can be electric, low emissions. Circular economy principles during the construction process, making the best use possible of such principles in the materials selection. And obviously, the sustainable use and management of ecosystems. If we do have to remove trees, then let's make sure this can be replanted, and there will be provisions for wildlife crossing in case this is interrupted by the alignment of a highway. This is again indicatively how a theoretical cross-section could look like. You can see here the road, but some sustainable drainage systems which are used also to water plants, low carbon porous pavement for increased drainage so that will limit the surface runoff in case of a rain, swales where applicable to replace conventional drainage systems, obviously dedicated lanes to incentivize electric vehicles, and high efficiency traffic lighting. These are indicative examples. These are measures that can be implemented as part of the so-called small scale mitigation solutions. Moving now to the second module. So the first module has to do with climate mitigation. The second module has to do with climate adaptation. So how to protect the project from the climate risks, right? The first part was how to protect climate from the project's induced risks, and now we're moving to how to protect the infrastructure or the project itself from climate risks. To do this, the toolkit first explains what the impacts could be. So we identify the relevant climate hazards on the left-hand side, the left column. First, obviously, is the extreme precipitation and flooding. It is very well known that flooding does create operational disruptions, but also several could also produce damage on the infrastructure. Number one reason for this is, of course, the extreme runoff or even inundation. It could be materialized in the form of scouring of bridge foundations or failures induced by scouring, and even damage to the road furniture, and of course accidents. Accidents are something that we can see throughout, so I do not keep repeating it for all hazards, but this is obviously something we are all aware of and we have all experienced across the globe. The tidal waves and the storm surges, again, this could lead to temporal coverage of coastal road assets located at low altitude or damage to road infrastructure. Wildfires, when affected by wildfires, the roads, these can, the former can cause operational disruptions. And of course, cascading impacts like flooding due to increased runoff in the, due to insufficient drainage, where in the case where the forest has been destroyed, ash transfer, loss of connectivity, etc. And finally, dust storms, especially in cases where the project is located next to deserts. This causes dust transfer and operational disruptions. This is a very serious problem. I mean, close, for instance, to in the sub-Saharan region, right? And of course, as you know, the untreated damage could generate serious malfunctions. Excuse me, yeah. And in the chronic climate threats, we have the coastal erosion. This is, and we differentiate chronic from acute hazards in the sense that coastal erosion due to sea level rise is a hazard that materializes slowly, but it may be the case that within the lifetime of the project, it will experience the impacts of such hazards if located at low altitudes. So deterioration of coastal road assets is one of the most widely observed, like bridge foundations and earthworks, corrosion, for instance, right? And inland inundation, again, it could be a byproduct of the sea level rise, and again, it's the same impacts that, and obviously operational disruptions on the road. Next section in the toolkit is how to protect against such risks. That is how to adapt to these risks. And again, the toolkit provides the adaptation measures and examples and discusses examples and also some best practices per climate hazard. So for instance, just looking into the hazards that we saw in the immediately previous slide, for the case of extreme precipitation and flooding, the design may include increased surface and subsurface drainage, strengthening or scour protection of the sensitive members of the infrastructure, restoration of rivers and lakes, including nature-based solutions, and of course, again, early warning systems and operational measures, real-time flooding alerts, proactive road closures to protect traffic. All these are implementable measures that could protect from such risks. For the case of tidal waves, of course, the change of elevation of road alignment. That's why we need to identify these risks early on at the project selection process, so that we have the time to ask for a change of the elevation of the road alignment, and of course increase flood protection, including flood barriers, shoreline hardening, groins to protect from waves, and at the same time protect biodiversity. So again, emphasizing solutions that are environmentally friendly, such as groins. For the case of wildfires, fire hazard monitoring systems in order to protect the traffic, and of course wildfire buffers, operational measures like emergency response and fire management plans. Another very important problem here are the cyclones and the extreme winds, which would usually affect the equipment or the furniture of the projects. In which case, windproofing, like bolting, for instance, is the preferred solution, or installation of windbreaks, and again, early warning systems to protect traffic. For the case of chronic climate threats, again, change of elevation may be a solution, or dikes and measures to increase flood protection. In the case of roads, and for all sectors, as you will see in the next slides, we also indicate the risks coming from external factors. Yeah, here it is. So these are not internal to the project, but these may be failures to the interconnected infrastructure or interconnected components that will affect the operation of the road project. So when selecting the project, we need to check what is perhaps the exposure or the risks of the connecting infrastructure. Because, for instance, if feeder roads flood, then the traffic demand of the main road of our project will be affected. It's beyond the control of the SPV. It's beyond the control of the specific PPP, but it will affect it. Transportation changes is the second category. If, for instance, if we foresee an uptake of electric vehicles, then the road has to be designed to be able to address this increase. And land use and environmental changes, the third category, which may alter the risk profile of a roads project, right? So it may not generate physical damage, but as you can see here in the example, if the plantation is destroyed, or if for some reason the surface runoff upstream changes, then it will affect the risk profile of our project. And in order to include all these in contracts, we are proposing a set of key performance indicators. That's the fourth module. As I said, there's no module 3 in the road sector toolkit. So we have the example indicators that you can see on the right-hand side of the list: energy efficiency indicators, use of renewables, pollution and heat island effects, and protection of biodiversity. All these on the left-hand side are our requirements, and the blue example indicators on the right-hand side are ways to measure it, ways to measure if the PPP, how the PPP project performs. And these obviously can, at a later stage, be connected with the payment mechanism, and hence can be used to perhaps incentivize the private sector, for instance, based on how the kilowatt hours of renewable energy produced, or the area of installed photovoltaics. All these could be KPIs that can be introduced to either, as I said, incentivize or penalize if the public party the private party fails to achieve them, penalize include penalties in the payment mechanism. And the last one, KPIs for the climate adaptation, measuring either the physical or the operational performance. Again, here a list, there is a much more detailed list in the actual toolkit, how to measure the physical performance in terms of weather-related disruptions, for instance, how many days per year the road has been closed or partially closed, the costs for maintenance, the percentage of closed roads, number of potholes per unit surface. So depending on the actual climate threat, the toolkit is proposing the appropriate KPIs. And again, in terms of operational performance, depending, of course, on the intensity of the climate threat, provide some target recovery times, and also in terms of operational preparedness, provide required drills per year, or measure the time elapsed between a predicted event and warning announcement, and things like that that can help prepare from the consequences. And with that,
a quick note there. I think on KPIs, it's really important to also contextualize them with what are the goals at the end of the day. The KPIs can actually help enhance bankability and the success to getting to financial closure. And why? Because these KPIs, the International Capital Markets, ICMA, or Loan Market Association, some of which were mentioned here, are being used more and more in successful private sector financing, whether it's sustainable linked, green, or blue. So also introducing these market-based KPIs will help enhance that bankability and finance question that is so critical to PPPs. I just wanted to add a bit of that beyond the reporting and monitoring that also helps really enhance these aspects. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Giselle. Yeah, thanks for pointing this out. And I will just pass it now to the World Bank Group team to present a short example of the application.
Sure, thank you very much, Rallis. Yeah, so I think Valis would have mentioned this case study earlier on in his presentation, where essentially we apply guidance from Module 2 of the Umbrella Toolkit and guidance from the Transport Toolkit to assess the impact of climate-induced changes to flood patterns and the operations, maintenance, and passenger use or ticket sales in a BRT PPP investment package in Maputo, Mozambique. This was done using publicly available quantitative data. Through this case study, I'd like to demonstrate how these insights were then used to assess the technical and commercial feasibility of the project, the value for money to the government, and the overall bankability. And next slide, please. So the methodology used a conservative and a pessimistic climate change scenario. Those were the bounding conditions to demonstrate what would be the lowest level of flood risk and the highest level of flood risk that could possibly happen within the investment area. And this was done over 2 time horizons, 2020 and 2040. It relied on empirical data that was provided by the World Bank task team, as well as engineering judgment. The results were treated as high level or indicative estimates and provided a way forward and feasible options to eventually realize the investment. So the results and the impact on the feasibility are as follows. So in terms of the technical feasibility, in the most conservative climate change scenario, which corresponds to the lowest flood risk, the study revealed that flooding could lead to up to 1.3 to 3.1% reduction in annual passenger use of the BRT. This is equivalent to 4 to 10 lost operational days per year. In the most pessimistic climate change scenario with the highest flood risk, there could be up to a 2.6 to 5.8 reduction in annual passengers using the BRT, which is equivalent to 8 to 19 lost operational days per year. So 54% of the ticket loss would be attributable to disruptions in the BRT itself, and that means like internal losses. And it was found that the remaining 46% of the ticket loss would be attributable to external risks, like the loss of ridership due to reduced accessibility from potential packages in connector roads to the BRT. So these results show that the performance of the BRT was strongly affected not only by its internal adaptation to climate change, but also highlighted the need for overall adaptation planning at the wider metropolitan area. So any climate proofing design should therefore not just consider just the BRT alignment, but also interventions at a broader network. Findings also highlighted that the design of the BRT should consider climate uncertainty. And when I say that, I mean, for example, a flood event that is assumed to occur once every 100 years could actually occur more frequently, say once every 50 years. So how do you contend with this uncertainty? Well, the study showed that there was a great need to adopt technically and economically feasible design decisions that can perform across a range of probable climate scenarios without disproportionately increasing the cost of the project. So in practical terms, what do I mean by that? Using the next largest standard size for a drainage pipeline that has a low initial cost, but could significantly reduce losses across a range of probable scenarios. The next slide, please. So how do these results affect our assessment of commercial feasibility? So we know that in all climate scenarios, the main risk to the commercial feasibility of the project were a reduction in the fare revenue that could be generated due to obstruction from flooding, which would then reduce cash flow. And we know that it would also increase operation and maintenance costs to recover from the impact of those floods. However, the extent to which these elements were affected really depended on the severity of the climate scenario that we were considering. So for example, the study found that in the most conservative climate scenario, or the scenario where there was the lowest flood risk, the overall decrease in returns could be accommodated within the regular contingency provisions of a PPP contract, and fell well within the normal risk that should be assumed by the operator. However, at the higher end of flood risk, the impact will start to be more significant and reduce the risk-reward balance. So because of this, and because the project was already considered to be economically tight, meaning that previous operators were already missing lease payments, we know that the local lending market was illiquid and expensive. There was also political reluctance to reduce fare levels. It was deemed highly unlikely that the private sector would be able to assume any major risks that could affect project economics. So moving on to value for money. Again, at the lower end of the climate change scenarios, identified flood risk was not expected to flip the value for money balance. However, when you move towards higher flood risk levels, and in cases of extraordinary events, the government was encouraged to prepare for such cases or to consider such cases in its value for money analysis. And this could mean, for example, by exploring how feasible it would be to switch to availability-based payments instead of the demand-based PPP model that was used to minimize impacts on value for money. And lastly, I just want to give you some insight on how it affected the overall bankability of the project. While low levels of flood risk wasn't expected to really impact the overall bankability, when you consider it in the context of the demand-based nature of the BRT PPP, in the context of the knock-on effects of flooding on operations and maintenance costs, potential for force majeure events, we know that bankability could have become increasingly impacted. So as a result, the study pointed to the need for us to identify potential support and cover mechanisms that could be used to mitigate or address or deal with these types of uncertainties, such as insurances, credit enhancement, like concessional co-lending alongside a commercial lender, and or a grantor guarantee. And so with that, I'd like to hand over to Rallis.
Thank you, Kathy. Giselle, I think we will be now sharing an example from a street lighting project, PPP in Brazil.
Thank you. If you could actually just hit the YouTube, that'd be lovely.
Okay, so it's playing on my screen. So what I have to do is to stop presenting here and share this.
Rallis, thanks for sharing. Unfortunately, we didn't get the audio on that, but the messaging, I think, was incredibly strong. Thanks so much. So I believe we're going to transition now to a discussion and Q&A. Sarah, I know you were particularly looking at some of the chat sessions. Do you want to help read those questions out so we can transition and help address some of the questions that have come out of just beginning to look at both the umbrella and the road sector?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Giselle. I'll be happy to read some of the questions. Like Giselle said, we're monitoring the chat, so anyone that has a question, please type it at any point. We have a question about whether there are circumstances under which structuring an infrastructure project as a PPP may lead to better climate outcomes than if it were delivered by the public sector, meaning that can the incentives created by the PPP contract lead to better climate outcomes? I think that's a great question, so maybe we can start with that. Mariana, I believe you may want to take this one, correct?
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you to everyone that is connected, because great questions are coming here, and we hope that more great questions come, because this workshop is for you. So we're happy to answer any question that you may have. Let me start with this one. And I think for that, let's break this into two separate points. One, independently, if is this a PPP or a public procurement, it is fundamental to create the project structuring preparation of the project in a way that identifies climate mitigation, not only for mitigation, but adaptation. But if you're looking for one specific example, I think Rallis covered one beautiful example in the road sector. When you have a highway concession, if your risks are identified, if you know your precipitation, the rainfall, and you're able to reflect it in the risk matrix, as you know, Rallis presented this slide where it says, okay, you know that your road cannot be closed more than X number of days. If this is the precipitation, number of X rate, if this is the precipitation, you create an incentive for the private sector, knowing that they will lose revenue stream coming from the highways or have a penalty on the PPP contract if they remain closer more than X amount of days that you establish on the contract. What does that mean? The private sector, knowing that from the offset, when they're negotiating the contract, they will have an incentive to as well retrofit and create the best practice for the road, for the highway, in a way that they can efficiently deliver for that contract mechanism. So we are seeing great innovation as well from Colombia, from Japan, in a way that the roads are constructed from an adaptation component, in a way that the private sector can come back after a rainfall and bring back the operation back to normal levels. So I think in the road sector, there's great examples where they present that. That is related to another question that came from the chat that I want to take the advantage of covering it, because it's correlated, is how does impact of climate considerations in project economics is treated in mainstream PPP activities, i.e. project preparation and project structuring. So I'm going to take the first part of this question, and I'm going to ask my colleague Giselle, who also does PPP advisory from IFC, to give her views. So giving the heads up right now to her. But at the Global Infrastructure Facility, that's our bread and butter. We support project preparation at the midstream stage. So what does that mean? We need to make sure that the project is technically and financially viable. And when we talk about technical feasibility, we're talking about the engineering part, the standard safeguards, ESG. But now I think that we're in a world where we cannot say that a project is technically viable if you're not looking in your climate hazards, if you're not looking if your project is aligned to your long-term decarbonization plan for the country. So we at the Project Preparation Facility, we invest a lot of effort in not only monetary, but as well technical advice to make sure that all this is incorporated and reviewed at the midstream stage, because there's no more sustainable project than the one that is structured correctly. And then after that is how does this, this data that we're collecting going to be reflected in the financial model, in the cost benefit analysis, and at the KPIs of the tender document. So I'm gonna pass the word to Giselle, who also provides advisory service from the IFC, to complement this question.
Mariana, thank you. And I want to step back to maybe complement a little bit of what you said earlier on the public versus private. And I think the reality coming out of a COVID environment is, and when we think about the trillions needed in investments on an annual basis to achieve Paris Agreement goals, we can't ignore that. And I think crowding in private sector investment and finance is really critical to that journey. Moreover, I think the argument that we've had pretty much all along is also crowding in private sector brings in innovation, and that innovation also can happen with climate consideration. So it's critical to crowd in private sector to bring that innovation to roads, to water, to renewables and beyond, to really bring forward the climate considerations as well. In the, I think, structuring issues, we cannot ignore climate change any longer. It is impacting climate risks, so it impacts operations, it impacts construction. So really looking at, and this toolkit helps us do that, the integration of climate change, understanding those risks, and then looking to design options that can better build resilience are absolutely critical. And we cannot ignore then the decarbonization components that also need to be integrated. This is going to be fundamental for the bankability of the project. The private sector that we're trying to invite and entice into these projects are now looking at this. It hits their returns, it hits their own net zero climate change goals as well. So we're in a very different global context now that has climate front and center as part of this discussion. In fact, I think it's important for us all to remember that the very investors we're trying to bring in are now being regulated in the EU, in the US, and with ISSB to put forward their own financial and climate risk considerations and how they're decarbonizing. So this is really front and center, and it's a fundamental shift from what we've been seeing. So I think that speaks a bit to the integration of climate and its impacts. Mariana, I think, or Sarah, there was another question perhaps about viability and climate screening. I've begun to try to address that. I think there's some important questions. At what point do costs become a hindrance on the viability? And it's a great question, but I think we need to unpackage that question to better understand that it's not just about costs, because in fact, integrating climate change can also bring in savings. And I love the examples, for example, in green buildings, where we can show that the energy efficiencies or the water efficiencies actually create savings over the life of a concession. Again, when we think about also insurability, without addressing the climate considerations, we run the risk that the project isn't bankable, isn't insurable, and that you're going to suffer losses, either partial or total, down the life of that concession. So really critical when we think about viability. And more what you're hearing in the global context is a question around how do we also pull in concessional financing or CapEx buy downs. There's a number of very creative and innovative solutions that are getting put on the table to address this very question of commercial viability as well. But it's all integrated into what we're considering here and really promoting from a climate measures perspective. Just some thoughts and happy to add. And let us know if you have any further questions, not just in the chat, but happy to address those here now as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Giselle. There was one more question about whether there are data requirements that are general, which can, meaning if they can be centralized, and then any that are sector specific. Rallis, would you like to take that answer?
Sure, yeah, Sarah. Great question. So there are two parts in the assessments, the mitigation part and the adaptation part. When we look into the specifics, like measures to include mitigation aspects or measures to reduce risk, these are very sector specific. But when we look into the requirements, this can be done at the central level, and actually it would be wise to do so. What do I mean? Paris alignment, NDCs, NAPs, LTS, all these are countrywide documents that include all sectors. So having them available beforehand or knowing what they require upfront will help save time earlier. All this legislation, all the country's goals, GHG emission goals, these are in most documents, in most countries NDCs, these are generic and these are sector agnostic, although there are now attempts to include sector-specific requirements. But at this stage, it would be fantastic to have this piece of information at the central level and irrespective of the sector. On the adaptation side, climate risk side, a good knowledge of the hazards and of the areas where each hazard is applicable. As I said, for instance, something located close to the desert, we expect dust storms. It doesn't have to be a road project to be affected by dust storms, although roads are more affected, but also a reservoir would be affected, although we wouldn't build the reservoir over there, but I mean, this could be also affected. So again, knowledge of the hazard profile, the country hazard profile and exposure areas is very important, because this could lead to immediately deciding the relocation of projects. So these two generic sets of information are very important and can be collected centrally, and sector agnostic. They're not sector specific.
Realize, let me add a little bit to there. When we think about climate risks and the climate risk assessment, better understanding not just historical and current climate challenges, but also the projected ones, because the UN with the IPCC has created various scenarios in the case that we have global warming well past the 2%. 2 degree Celsius that is the target for Paris Agreement or under. And so we need to, when we're thinking about the impacts, also look at projected impacts with what are called SSBPs in terms of projected scenarios. So these become critical, and being able to analyze projected risks as well are a critical way to designing better assets, infrastructure resilience. It's critical, and that's part of the advisory work, certainly that we're doing at IFC, and that's needed here to better design, and also it impacts bankability and insurability. This is all a complex circle, puzzle pieces, as I like to put, to putting together climate smart PPPs.
Thank you, Giselle. Over to you, Kathy.
Yeah, sure. I think there was a question from Iyad Omaish from Jordan. He put it in the chat. He wanted to know, how is the climate toolkits for infrastructure PPPs different from the PPP project screening and analytics tool, or the PSAT? And I just want to reiterate really quickly what I wrote in the chat. So essentially, both the PSAT and the CTIP3 include a Microsoft Excel-based interfaces with yes/no questions that's arranged in a decision tree that can be used for PPP project selection and prioritization in the pre-feasibility stage. So this is really useful, say, in countries that have very large PPP pipelines. However, if a PPP planner would like to have guidance beyond project selection and prioritization, the CTIP3 would be a better tool or more suitable tool, as it provides granular, step-by-step, and also sector-specific guidance, not just beyond the project identification stage, but also getting into project appraisal, like feasibility analysis and due diligence, project structuring, and also the project procurement phases. So that's really the main difference between the two. PSAT for prioritization of climate smart projects. Module 1 of the CTIP does that. But if you want to get into the deeper aspects of planning, the CTIP3 has the functionality for that. We have time for 3 more questions from the chat. So if you'd like to, please raise your hand and we can get to you.
Let me also say we will have a second Q&A session following the next water. So if you want to hold off your questions, happy to address those at that time as well.
We have one more question that came through the chat, so maybe we can do that one real quick. Let me just read it out. When PPP tenders from private developers are submitted for evaluation, is it possible to provide additional preferences to bidders who submit higher scored sustainable projects?
So one of the key things when we talked about KPIs is also looking at KPIs and integrating in an RFP, RFQ stage, not the race to the bottom, but actually ensuring that private sector investors are coming in with a climate resilient design and a climate change design that also helps the decarbonization. So absolutely vital that when we think about qualifications, we begin to look at different measures that add value to those investors that are coming to the table with these climate considerations. The last thing we want to do is have a PPP that goes out to tender and have a winning bidder that hasn't integrated climate change, and then find that year 2 after full construction, you have a climate change effect and impact, and you have either a partial or total loss because the design did not fully account for climate change considerations. So yes, to your question, do we need to integrate in an RFP, RFQ stage climate considerations and climate qualifications? Yes, we do. Because that's going to be vital to getting to the climate resilience and to the climate decarbonization goals as well. And KPIs can play a certain role in that. All other specifications can also as well.
Okay, great. And with that, I'm looking at the time and I see that there are no other questions in the chat or with the participants. Should we move on then to having a little break? Or maybe not a full 10 minutes, right, Valis? How much of a break can we accommodate?
Is 7 okay?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's resume in 7 minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay. I think the break is over. Should we start with the bulk water and transmission sector?
Thank you, Rallis.
Okay. So again, moving to the next sector that we will cover in this session today. This will be the water sector, and by water, we include the bulk water and transmission. It means the infrastructure needed for the storage and transmission of treated or untreated water in large quantities for any utilization purpose. That means we're not talking about the urban transmission piping, etc. Right? We're talking about large volumes of water. In terms of typologies, similar to what we have shown for the road sector, we are broadly covering these 4 categories. The first one being water abstraction, that includes the process of extracting water from a natural source. Conveyance, which means transportation of water from the source to the treatment plant or the reservoir where it will be treated and subsequently distributed to the city network. Water treatment, the facility where the alteration of the water source takes place in order to achieve a quality that is safe for consumption. And also the desalination. This is an optional feature, but very important one, as I will be showing in the very next slide. It includes the process of removing dissolved salt from seawater or brackish water in case it is pumped. What is very important when we're talking about in the module 1, so again, the familiar 4-module structure, what is very important is to understand the GHG, the greenhouse gas emissions footprint in bulk water projects. And to do this, we have included this this explanation. So as you can see here, there are 3 main functions: the supply, the desalination, and the water treatment. And for each one, we are showing the components that contribute to that function. That is the assets that we are presenting on the left-hand side. And what you see here on the bottom, on the right, on the bottom, you will see that there is a scale of the energy per cubic meter or per volume, right, per unit volume of water produced. As you can see, that scale on the right is logarithmic. So what I want to pay particular attention to is that the main supply functions, so the reservoirs, the river intake, groundwater abstraction, reuse, aquifer storage, recovery, all these are relatively low energy, low emitting processes. There's an exception, the groundwater abstraction, obviously due to the pumping, and the reservoir because of the carbon dioxide that is emitted due to all sorts of life, living due to or around the reservoir. What is very resource consuming, very energy demanding, and hence a quite highly emitting process is that of desalination. As you can see here, there are 4 technologies: reverse osmosis, multi-stage distillation, multiple effect distillation, and the reverse osmosis of brackish water, which is a bit better than the reverse osmosis of the seawater. In all these cases, you see that the energy use, if we use electricity, we are for all components higher than 1 kilowatt hour of electric energy per cubic meter of water. And if we use fuel to perform the same function, this raises to 100. And in water treatment, there's the surface water treatment and the direct potable reuse. Again, just to indicate where the greenhouse gases come from when we're talking about this sector. So there is an important contribution to greenhouse gases, and this is why the toolkits present a series, again, of opportunities for small-scale climate mitigation. Apparently, it's obvious that where desalination can be avoided, then this is the most obvious solution. However, this is not always the case. And for the cases where, again, we do have high emissions, there are, again, 4 categories of interventions still in Module 1, how to mitigate, how to enhance climate mitigation. So again, on-site renewables, that means try to cover the energy needs of the facility by renewable energy. And by on-site, it doesn't literally have to be on-site. It could be perhaps attached or next to the facility and perhaps connected to the facility, right? It doesn't have to be located. So if it's a PV plant or a wind farm, it doesn't have to literally be next to the reservoir, but it has to be used to cover the energy needs of it. The second category are the activities to avoid or reduce emissions. This includes the optimization of the water resource management, the reuse of wastewater where possible, using efficient pumping systems, that means energy efficient pumping systems, and very important, making sure that we minimize, for instance, water leaks. This does help enhance the energy savings. So it's not just thinking, the direct way, but also the indirect way. If we manage to minimize leakages, that means that we will essentially have to pump out less water, which saves energy. Circular economy principles, as before, in the design of the systems and also in the selection of contractors and suppliers, sustainable certified suppliers and contractors. This comes later at the RFQ and RFP phase, but keeping that in mind from the beginning so that we have an eye of what we are requesting from whom. And finally, the sustainable use and management of ecosystems. That means try to exploit wetlands for water storage, and of course, monitoring habitat loss at coastal landforms and wetlands. And where necessary, design the appropriate interventions. So our tool currently focuses on strategies for improving energy efficiency and in the upstream process. But it is important to keep in mind that there could be very significant energy savings if we also include the holistic water management approach that runs through the entire water use cycle. That means also in the distribution, the water distribution in the city, in the village. There is also a lot of loss going on there. So reducing the amount of losses could also help to significantly save. What are the benefits of using water efficiently? Energy security, so reduced electricity demand, reduces the risks of blackouts and the need for new power plants. Climate resilience, it protects from droughts or periods of water scarcity. Preservation of biodiversity, apparently protecting source water conserves freshwater biodiversity elements. Reputation, that means for the operators and the SPV, responsible government stewardship of public spending as well, and enhanced public acceptability of the PPP project. Reduced emissions, resulting in public health protection, and economic growth through job creation, the development of energy efficiency service markets, and obviously leading to empowerment of those less privileged. Moving on to the next module, in this case, we have the third module. As I said, for all the sectors from now on, we will have the 4-module structure. What are the actual climate risks imposed on the project? Same structure as before. First, helping users understand the impacts. And again, we identify the most relevant chronic threats: droughts, saltwater intrusion, and soil erosion. What are the impacts of droughts? Limited water availability, reduced production capacity of the reservoirs, increased pumping, need for increased pumping, which may cause saltwater intrusion into freshwater coastal aquifers. The saltwater intrusion itself, which leads to increased water treatment costs, as we have shown earlier, and the increased operational cost for desalination. And there's also the soil erosion, right? So the transfer of sediments, especially in case of reservoirs, results in diminished water quality, which in turn demands increased filtration costs for the removal of contaminants. The acute hazards, in this case, flooding and fires, identified here as the 2 most relevant. In case of flooding of a facility, this could cause damage to pumps, to pipelines, to electromechanical equipment. This will require increased maintenance costs for repairs and replacements. And also, if we fall into episodic peak flows, this may strain the system capacity. Fires, again, the increased runoff and flash floods due to fires will increase sedimentation in reservoirs, as explained above. And the increased pollutant loads in the reservoirs may give rise to the growth of algae and hence higher treatment costs. What we can do to adapt water projects to climate change for droughts: build infrastructure for aquifer storage and recovery, diversify options, increase water storage capacity. So if we are projecting that there will be less precipitation in the future, what usually this means is that the rain will come less frequently and more extreme, which means that we will need larger reservoirs to be able to store this precipitation, the water from the precipitation. Also, establishment of aid agreements with other utilities and drought contingency plans. This has especially to do with the needs for agriculture. So having in place plans on how to conserve water resources in such cases will help save time and resources if the drought comes. For saltwater intrusion, some solutions that are explained and are explored in the toolkits are the low-head dams, the injection of fresh water into the aquifers, and the aquifer management. And for soil erosion, obviously the monitoring and management of ecosystems, but also the restoration of vegetated land covers in watersheds will help reduce stormwater runoff and hence the sediments flowing into the reservoirs. For the 2 climate hazards identified previously for flooding, again, building flood defenses and protecting equipment by measures such as elevation. So make sure that we do not have our critical equipment in lowlands or lying in the elevation where it is expected, which is expected to flood. And for the case of wildfires, fire models and scenarios and provisions for fire management are obviously essential. Again, in this case, we are examining the external risks. As I said earlier, these are the risks that are beyond the control of this project, but will affect its performance. 3 categories: the demographic changes, the changes in agricultural production, and the energy needs. So if we have some demographic projections and regional migration patterns that have not been correctly input in the initial model. This will influence the supply and demand requirements of water projects. Agricultural production, it may be the case that if this is not properly accounted for, water facilities may be unable to provide sufficient water to cover increased needs, or inefficient use of water resources or in that respect. So water management plans, perhaps as part of an accompanying project, will be perhaps necessary to help support the adaptation of the actual water project here. And the energy needs, energy security and cost of energy, these are obviously very important parameters that affect functionality and operational cost of the facility. Also, if these are not there, we may risk energy blackouts, which may, of course, be experienced as water shortages in the population served by the project. To make sure the projects are able to include climate mitigation and adaptation options, again, the toolkits provide a set of climate-related key performance indicators. First, for the case here again, on the left-hand side, we're showing the climate resilience targets that are categorized as reduced losses or disruptions, quick recovery, maintenance works, emergency response, and financial KPIs. All those referring to the case of mitigation. So example indicators, for instance, number of people or enterprises benefiting from measures to mitigate the consequences of floods and droughts. The downtime, what is acceptable downtime, what is the acceptable time to restore operations and service continuity. The frequency of the number of emergency drills and their frequency, the financial liabilities, the potential cost of uninsured climate-related incidents over revenues. All these are important indicators that can be included in the relevant contracts. And there's also the social environmental targets, because this is a sector that is connected obviously with social well-being and social welfare, the social welfare of beneficiaries. Water efficiency, energy efficiency, water pollution, sustainability and use of renewables. These are the broader categories of key performance indicators included in the toolkits. For instance, as you can see, reduce water losses, so giving levels of acceptable water losses, providing the acceptable energy consumption. Remember the first slide, per cubic meter or per unit of volume of water produced, number of incidents per year, changes in biodiversity index, ability to generate power on site. All these and others, there is a detailed list in the actual toolkits, are there to help support project teams structure the PPPs as meticulously as possible in order to make sure that climate considerations are there. And with this, I conclude the presentation for this sector, and I will pass it on to Kathy to present the example.
Thank you so much. I'll be really, really short on this one. So essentially, this case study is showing how we apply the water and sanitation toolkit to develop a climate smart screening toolkit to integrate climate guidance into the Angola water sector PPP framework. So as my colleague Helen was able to show, to present a case study that showed how the umbrella toolkit can be useful in developing overall climate smart PPP pipelines, and how it was used to actually develop a guidance document for developing climate smart PPPs in Kaduna State, Nigeria. We hope to get basically the same result in Angola because the study is still ongoing. And it'll demonstrate exactly how this could be done specifically for the water sector. So just to give you an overview of the results that we expect to get once this is done, and of course, the team is exploring appropriate avenues to share results of the study with you and our wider clientele. So please stay tuned for that. But essentially, the study is going to infuse climate smart criteria in the water PPP project screening approach that's used by the government of Angola. It will then apply the screening approach to an already existing water PPP project pipeline and work plan as part of their pre-feasibility studies phase. And it will then develop a water PPP program manual that includes guidance on appropriate climate risk assessments that would be needed for future water sector PPPs and strategies to include climate mitigation and adaptation elements in the project design. So as I said, more to come. We will definitely share that with you once we have finalized the study. Over to you, Alice.
Thank you, Kathy. I think we are now moving to the second discussion and Q&A session. I will leave it up to Giselle to moderate.
Alice, thank you. Sarah, I know you've been keeping track of the questions that are coming in through the chat, and we certainly open it up to the various participants. If you want to raise your hand and chime in, we'd love to hear from you. Sarah, what are we missing in terms of some of the questions in the chat?
Thanks, Giselle. We had one more question coming in about what to include in terms of reference for the advisor's scope of work to ensure that the feasibility studies appropriately address climate considerations. Maybe we can start with that, and hopefully some more questions will come in. I'll keep monitoring. But as Giselle said, if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand and go ahead.
Sarah, thank you. So integrating the toolkit actually gives us a module format that allows us to kind of run through all of the different requirements in what is typically a PPP structuring exercise. That itself already begins to draw the basics of what are a scope of work and a terms of reference there, and really kicking off with an analysis, as we do normally of here, rather than the PPP framework, actually looking at the commitments of the particular country in Paris Agreement, and those are called nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and how that trickles down into other policy and regulation. That's the starting point, because then when you take the project level, you want to understand it within that global commitment. But clearly then doing analysis of decarbonization and how this project can help support those decarbonization goals. Also better understanding at the project level, what are the climate risks? And again, as I mentioned to you earlier, not just understanding current and historical climate challenges and risk, but also projecting forward and being able to use that type of analysis to then be able to address climate design. And climate design is critical because when we think about CapEx and OpEx, that impacts the financial modeling, it impacts the viability. So all of that analysis really needs to then translate into the financial models and ultimately into the concession contracts. So looking at the KPIs, which we've heard Rallis discuss, and looking at what we need to translate into an RFP, RFQ. At a very high level, that's what we're looking to achieve. Clearly, also understanding the emissions footprint of the project will be critical. And those are also some things that can be addressed in the KPIs. That's a little bit of an answer at a high level. Clearly happy to help further in looking at some of those high level, and perhaps we can share some further guidance with all of you on that front. Sarah, were there any other questions?
I was just looking. I do not see any new questions coming in. I also don't see anyone with their hand up. So I'm wondering if we want to move on to doing a wrap up of today's session and logging off to come back tomorrow.
Happy to do that. So a big thank you for joining us. Climate change is really front and center for us all. And we are at a point in time where we're seeing critical tipping points. So the commitments that all of you had made at a country level with your Paris Agreement nationally determined contributions are a guiding framework for us achieving the Paris Agreement goals, which is keeping global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. But that also is another critical component, which is climate resilience. And the fact is we're seeing already on the ground climate impact from floods across the globe, from Pakistan to Brazil and beyond. We're seeing the impact. So integrating into a pipeline of PPPs, climate is absolutely critical. And what we also understand at a larger scale is that the amount of investment needed, and we are talking over, trillions annually to achieve these goals, absolutely critical to crowd in the private sector. And to do so, we do also need to bring in climate smart PPPs. It makes the difference from bankability to finance success, and to building resilient infrastructure that can withstand the climate challenges we are already seeing on the ground. So these toolkits really are meant to bring that reality to us all so that we can begin to analyze in a modular way what the impact is and how we can unpackage that in crowding in private sector solutions, and the private sector solutions that are also going to help drive the innovation that is coming. And we're seeing that with new sectors from green hydrogen to carbon capture and beyond. And we're going to continue to see this space evolving very rapidly. So hold on to your seats is what I routinely say to our teams, because there's a huge learning curve. And what we're trying to do with the toolkits is help all of us unpackage the puzzle pieces of what is climate change. So Mariana helped to revisit the umbrella toolkit, and that really is a critical piece of all of this. What we did with the sector toolkits is begin to look and take a bit of a deeper dive into what does it look like and what does it mean for each of these sectors. We addressed the road sector today, and transportation is clearly some of the harder to abate sectors. But yes, there's opportunities, and we must integrate and think through climate challenges and opportunities in all of these sectors. We also discussed the water sector, and as we begin to see more and more challenges in water scarcity, this sector particularly will be very critical to our global solutions and global development. Wonderful to also see some of the case studies that Helen and Kathy and Mariana also kind of presented, because they begin to share with us the practical results of what's happening on the ground. And that's also important to see because it helps us build the lessons learned. So I'd like to think we are building together a puzzle piece of how we structure climate smart PPPs. And climate is front and center, a critical aspect to crowding in private sector, and to being able to develop solutions for infrastructure that is resilient, that isn't going to suffer massive downtimes because of climate disruptions or worse, loss. And I won't even begin to talk about the loss of human life or the impact on GDP and growth prospects. So we're all working to really put together pieces of this puzzle that help us for a brighter future, that helps us reach our sustainable development goals that are so vital to all of our missions as well. So I wanted to leave you with some of these thoughts. Very much looking forward to having you join us tomorrow, where we're going to cover renewable sectors, where we're also going to cover ICT, telecoms. These are some of the other deep dives that we've done across the sectors that are so critical to really advancing the climate agenda as well. We look forward to having you join us for tomorrow. And then finally, just a bit of a note for the third day, which we've structured for you as a very special day to look and unpackage at some of the other key elements, climate finance, carbon markets, which we're hearing more and more interest. And when we discussed earlier, one of the questions around commercial viability, how carbon markets may help present some of those solutions, as well as concessional finance. And then looking at other tools that are under development, like edge green buildings that can help make a difference, or looking at nature-based solutions that can develop co-benefits as well. So please do join us tomorrow. Do join us on the third day. These are all sessions really helped to develop your knowledge, to help unpackage the climate challenges and opportunities. And a big thank you for joining us today. I think that's all. One further note, you'll all have the same links in to sign up and sign in tomorrow. Please do join us again. If there's any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And just to address a question, I think that's already been answered, but let me just reiterate it here as well. We will be sharing all of the materials with you and are always available to address questions and to work as partners well beyond the next 3 days. So a big thank you to all. And I will ask if we can all sign off of this session as well. Big thanks. Sarah, over to you again.
Yes, thank you, Giselle. Just to a clarification, the link does change from day to day, but just like everyone received a few reminders up until a few minutes before the session, and you will receive the same for tomorrow and the third day session. So you can always refer back to the links in the reminders to connect to the upcoming sessions. And I think that's all for today, correct? So thank you so much for attending, and we'll see you tomorrow again.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Distinguished participants, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're very honored that you're joining us from different regions of the world to discuss these very important topics, which is climate infrastructure and climate smart infrastructure. I'm very honored to be here with a team who I will introduce shortly. But before we do so, we wanted to give you a little bit of overview of what we will be covering this morning, so you get a little bit of glance of what we'll be discussing today. We're gonna start by opening remarks. We're delighted that we have Sebastian Molinos, our acting global director from APG, who will be providing welcome and opening remarks, followed by myself, Mariana Silva, who I will be providing an overview of the Umbrella Toolkit. And then after that, we really want to decide a very dynamic and interactive session for you. So we're going to go into case studies and example. My colleague Helen will provide a case study of how the Umbrella Toolkit has been implemented, followed by a deeper dive into the road sector toolkit, what it is, how it works, what are the lessons learned so far, and it will be presented by our consultants, Green. After that, my colleague Kathy Weeks from PIAF will present a case study related to the road sector, because we really want to embed the theory and the practice to make this as useful for you as PPP practitioners. We have designed a Q&A session. We welcome for you to put your questions in the chat as the discussion advances, and we'll cover them during the Q&A session. We have also designed a short bathroom break. It says 10 minutes, but a little bit heads up, we're using that time to adjust depending on we're advancing on the discussion, especially if we have a very dynamic discussion to the Q&A. After that, we'll go into the water and sanitation sector with as well a case study and specific examples, follow last Q&A, and then a wrap-up session. So we're very much looking forward to your participation, and we encourage your active participation through questions in the chat. So if I could get just confirmation that Sebastian is connected. Gertrude, I see you, you're connected. Otherwise, Rallis, could you please pass to the slide of the introduction to the team, please? We're very honored that these toolkits are really a joint effort between multiple teams at the World Bank, from the Public-Private Infrastructure Advisory Facility, represented by Kathy and Helen, who I will ask them to turn on their camera so we can see them, to Giselle Saralegui, who is the climate lead at IFC in the International Financial Corporation. Myself, Mariana Silva, I'm a senior infrastructure finance specialist at the Global Infrastructure Facility, which is a G20 initiative hosted at the World Bank. And then Helen Gao, who represents the Quality Infrastructure Investment Partnership. We're a very multidisciplinary team from the World Bank Group. So we really encourage you to ask us as many questions that we will cover from our areas of expertise. We're also very honored to have great engineers, Rallis, Mariana, and Fanny with us here today, who will helping us to facilitate the discussion. And with that, I would like to pass to opening remarks to our acting head, Sebastian Molinos. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience, just as we solved just one IT issue. Thank you so much for staying on the line.
I can hear now.
Perfect. We can hear you loud and clear, Sebastian. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So I stand ready, Marianne. Just let me know when you would like for me to open, please.
Yes, please, Sebastian. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Marianne. And sorry about these technical difficulties to start off this workshop. So ladies and gentlemen and esteemed colleagues, thank you for joining us today for this pivotal training session on sector-specific climate infrastructure PPP toolkits. And I really have to say it is a great pleasure to see so many of you virtually connected, wherever you are in this world, that you've gathered here to embark on what I consider really to be a journey to explore this really complex and critical nexus between infrastructure and climate change, and how we can effectively mainstream climate mitigation and adaptation through public-private partnerships or PPPs. Now, as we're all aware, infrastructure stands as a significant contributor to climate change, while at the same time also being vulnerable to its impacts. And it's precisely this dichotomy that presents us with such a complex challenge, in particular in emerging markets and developing countries, where on the one hand, emissions must be curtailed, right? But also on the other, new infrastructure must be resilient to extreme climate events. We do know that we have a lot of extreme climate and weather events in many of our client countries, all the while remaining economically viable. And sort of trying to walk this tightrope is not an easy thing to do. Now, the magnitude of this challenge becomes even more apparent when we consider the staggering and really mind-boggling sometimes investment required by or I should say in developing countries and emerging markets, of approximately $2.4 trillion annually. And that's between 2023 and 2030 to address global challenges such as climate change. You can add another few trillions to that if you look at infrastructure as well. And I think that these, again, staggering numbers just underscore the urgent and really vital need to increase both public and private spending, which is a task that is somewhat challenging and compounded by the declining levels of financing that is available globally. And really, again, both the private, but also the public in particular, given the strained balance sheets that exist today. Now, in light of these challenges, PPPs emerge as a crucial avenue. I wouldn't say a silver bullet, but certainly a crucial way forward to drive investments in climate smart infrastructure. And when structured effectively, PPPs, to my mind, really have the potential to enhance climate resilience by offering market-based solutions to both, again, the mitigation and the adaptation challenges. But we all know at the same time that navigating PPPs within the context of climate changes and really per se and other global uncertainties is really challenging and has become increasingly intricate and difficult to navigate. And I think that we need to acknowledge this complexity. And we certainly at the World Bank Group, we've taken decisive action in this respect at developing sector-specific climate infrastructure PPP toolkits. Now, these toolkits are tailored to address the unique requirements and challenges of PPP projects in key sectors. And those sectors include water production and treatment, digital, hydropower, transport, and within transport, all the various subsectors from roads to bridges, et cetera, and renewable energy, solar, wind as well. And to offer standardized mitigation and adaptation measures throughout the project lifecycle. And this initiative for us really presents a collaborative effort. And I really want to highlight this across the World Bank Group. We've received really, truly exceptional and valuable contributions from the Global Infrastructure Facility, or GIF as it's known, the Public-Private Infrastructure Advisory Facility, or PF, and of course our colleagues from the International Finance Corporation, or IFC, as well. And really brought together, we really are trying our best to help manage the climate risk and capitalize on these opportunities that present themselves. Ultimately, we hope paving the way forward for sustainable and, again, resilient infrastructure development. So with all of this said, I'm really honored and to help open today's training event as we share the common goal of making PPPs more sustainable. And again, as I said, before, I think by doing this, we can really truly unlock the potential of private financing and chart a course together really towards a greener and a more resilient future for the next generation. And perhaps just before concluding, I did want to just take the opportunity to really emphasize just our World Bank Group's unwavering commitment to the climate agenda. Now, this is highlighted through the Climate Change Action Plan, which aims for 35% climate co-benefits, out of which 50% are dedicated to adaptation. So this essentially means that of all of the World Bank financing that we provide to our climate countries, 35% have to accrue some climate co-benefits. We've also, of course, subscribed to the Paris alignment as well. So all of our projects moving forward are Paris aligned. And on the climate co-benefits, I would actually like to say that while the target is 35%, we're in the process of moving that target up to 45%, and it looks like we're even going to exceed that to close to 50%. So again, half of the World Bank's financing right now is either supporting the climate adaptation or mitigation agenda. Now, this translates in our last fiscal year, 23, to $38.6 billion in climate financing, which in total is 41% of total development financing. So I think really the World Bank is stepping up in this respect. But at the same time, we do recognize that more action is needed to, again, bridge the investment gap, as I outlined earlier, the trillions that are really truly needed to help close the infrastructure finance and climate gaps as well. So with this said, and as we move forward, I really urge you to actively engage in this training session and leverage the knowledge and the tools that are provided to drive what we hope will be impactful change by all of you. And in this respect, I really do wish you a successful training event. And I very much mean this, I'm confident that jointly together and in true partnership, we can really make a big difference and help drive success towards building a more livable planet. So with all of this said, I am pleased to hand the floor over to Mariana Silva, who is going to provide you with an overview of the Climate Umbrella Toolkit. Thank you again to all of you for participating and for showing interest in this agenda. And again, my apologies for the slight technical difficulties that we had. So with that, I wish everyone a great event. Thank you so much. Back over to you, Mariana.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for that wonderful introduction, context framing, and also very inspirational words for what we can accomplish together through partnerships. Thank you so much. So before we go into deep into what the Umbrella Toolkit does and what does it cover, I just want to take a couple of seconds to say why was it created, so we can collectively identify a common goal and objective for this training session. So April 2024 was the warmest April on record for the globe since the world began to record this data in 1950s. So this is the 11th consecutive record warm month. The global surface temperature was 1.32 degrees above the 20th century average, which means that has led into certain climate hazards. Depending on where you are on your region, you will have heard in south of Brazil, torrential rains and floodings in Grande do Sul, which was reported the worst in 80 years. In East Africa, in Kenya and Tanzania, heavy rains have led to flooding displacements of hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm sure you all are monitoring the news that Dubai and Oman had extreme precipitation, as much as what they have in 2 years in just 24 hours, causing disruptions in infrastructure. This was only in the last month, so we can get a sense of what we're experiencing right now. So when we think about climate mainstreaming, we think about the urgency to lower greenhouse emissions to hold temperatures to avoid a global rise of 1.5 to 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level. But we also have to give the same level of impetus to adaptation, because we have to retrofit and deliver the new infrastructure that will be adapted for these new climate scenarios. So I'm very honored that we're all here together today to connect on these very important topics, because climate smart PPPs, they address two very important things in the climate agenda. One, they help us to design and deliver infrastructure projects that they're low carbon and resilient. And then B, they allow us to really make them bankable in a way that we can have clear cost structure and revenue streams identified, with the possibility of mobilizing private sector capital. And when I say cost structure and revenue stream, this is also with the lens of climate cost, but also climate benefits that could be climate finance. We're going to have a third session dedicated on that for the third day. So we're hoping that everyone can join us to deep dive into that. So if we can move to the next slide, please. That one. You can just activate all the slides. Thank you so much. So these toolkits are specifically designed to support PPP practitioners, yourself who are connected today, or different government officials, different levels of expertise, to incorporate climate consideration through the upstream and midstream phases of the PPP process. So from project selection all the way to tendering, they really are like a one-stop shop for practitioners to consistently assess climate risk and integrate best practice for the commercial viability mitigation and resilience measures. So if we move to the next slide, we can see that the Climate Umbrella Toolkit was really designed to outline holistic, systematic, and integrated approaches to help selection, design, and structuring, preparation, and tendering of climate smart. It does it in a way that is not in isolation. It's through interaction and trade-offs among technical, economic, financial, and contractual decisions that we can provide to the user the best guidance on how to address these pressing questions. The primary audience are clients from emerging market and development economies, who are represented here by you today, and we expect all your questions and discussion. And then the secondary audience is also World Bank, ourselves, and other MDBs, as we look forward to advise more on a technical basis for these PPPs. So if we move to the next slide, We also identified, after launching the Umbrella Toolkit, which we successfully did at COP27, and then we relaunched as well at COP28, we identified the need of hands-on clear guidance per subsector, giving a little bit more flavor of what does it mean if it's a renewable energy project, if it's an ICT, if it's a road. So this is what we're gonna going into deeper today. So it provides hands-on and fit-for-purpose solution by subsector. If we move to the next slide, I want to go into what does this actually mean. The Umbrella Toolkit provides guidance on climate policies, meaning how my project, the PPP that I'm structuring, how does my project align with the NDC of my country, the sector-specific development plans of my country, but also the global and national climate change agenda, the Paris alignment, but all the other as well from the private sector. They have net zero targets, and how do my project align to all that? Then we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So greenhouse emission accounting is key. There are very sophisticated ways to do it. But there's also preliminary estimations that we could do to provide guidance on how to get our baseline and get strategies on how can you reduce your greenhouse emission exposure for your project through different strategies and maybe through nature-based solutions. So the climate toolkits guides the user through those type of solutions. Then climate rescreening, it's important for our project to have a very well understanding of what are the climate hazards that it's going to be exposed to, so it can be prepared, retrofit, or have a very strong resilient management protocol, but also how is my project going to impact the surroundings at a systemic change. So the climate toolkit provides that guidance. After all this, after we have the overview of the data, as I call it, then we go into the three other pillars. How does this affect my project economics? How I'm gonna adjust it to my cost benefit analysis and my project financial viability? What are the decision-making process elements that I have to think about? And ultimately everything resulting in what KPIs need to embed at my contract level at my tendering stage. So it really think about a process that is multifaceted across different actors, but as well across the life cycle. So if we go to the next slide, that is just a graphical representations of the different models of how I explain how we start with alignment of climate policies. Model 2 looks about climate consideration, climate risk, but also greenhouse mitigation and adaptation. Model 3, climate considerations and economics, meaning how do I translate that into my cost benefit analysis and value for money? And finally, how do I translate this into climate KPIs? What are the KPIs that I need to define and measure against? So if we go to the next slide, we will go into deeper today for water and roads, the opportunities for enhancing climate mitigation, potentially. How do you do best practice for greenhouse emission reduction? And then tomorrow we'll do a deeper dive into hydropower, wind, and solar. So we're going to have a very exciting discussion. Next slide. I want to also take a moment here to shed light into something that is very relevant for all of us here connected today. As we know, all the MDBs, the World Bank, but also all the MDBs have do the commitment to be Paris aligned by the end of the year. So MEGA and IFC, they're doing it by 2025, but we're all moving to the trajectory that every single project that the multilateral development banks support, it's Paris aligned, meaning that it's not going against the Paris alignment and also their own climate country strategies as described in national development contribution plans and long-term decarbonization plans. So, sorry, if you could mute.
Pause. Mariana, you are on mute at the moment.
Oh, sorry. I think that someone clicked mute all. I mute myself. Just to recap, the Paris alignment, it's a very important thing to us consider, because if the MDBs are going to come and support some of the projects that you're envisioning for an MDB participation, all the projects that the MDBs will support or be allowed to support need to be Paris aligned, which means that has a very strong recognition of adaptation and has done certain preventive measures to lower greenhouse emission. So it's very important to have this target overall from everyone here as a stakeholder. The next slide, with this I will finalize this overview, is just a representation of how the toolkit is designed very dynamic way in a navigation. So if we can move to the next slide, you will see that it really makes you makes you flow through the process that you need to do, trying to make this as easy as possible for the user to see what's next. I have finished this step, what is my next step? So if we go to the next slide, we could see that even though right now it's a PDF, we're envisioning to convert this into a web-based tool that it will allow the user to have even more interaction with this. So with that, I would like to move to the next slide, please, and introduce my colleague, Helen, who will be providing a very tangible example and case study of how this umbrella toolkit was used in the state of Kaduna in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Helen.
Thank you so much, Mariana, and thank you to Sebastian as well for delivering those opening remarks and getting us started today on this very important and hopefully very helpful workshop. So as Mariana said, we just want to talk you through a quick case study of implementation of the actual umbrella CTIP3 before we dive a little bit deeper into the specifics of the sector-specific toolkits. The umbrella, of course, as you all know, has been around for quite a bit longer, and for that reason, it's been piloted quite intensely. We should throw out some stats. Actually, overall, so far, between the umbrella and the sector-specific toolkits, we've piloted these toolkits in 20 countries. And Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 6 finalized pilots. Is that correct?
Yes, 20 countries, and we've completed 6 pilots so far, and this is one of the completed ones.
Great. So we want to share with you today a couple that are completed as well as a couple that are ongoing so that you can see kind of how this goes along the process of implementation. So this specific toolkit case study is again on the umbrella and was utilized by Kaduna State in Nigeria to improve their PPP planning processes. So you'll see here as I go on to the next slides that this was really used quite far upstream in order to integrate the toolkit into their PPP planning processes and better align their PPP pipeline to shortlist climate smart PPP projects. Next slide, Rollis. We also wanted to frame this with respect to the case studies that the World Bank Group can help your countries and your different PPP units fund. So this specific case study that we're presenting here was a public-private infrastructure advisory facility or PIA funded case study, but very similar ones are of course done by the GIF or IFC as well, or all 3 in partnership. And so what these case studies allow us to do is to implement the toolkit itself along with your PPP units or respective government units that are working on the PPP program. But we do so in a way that is very holistic so that we can better assess upfront what needs to be done within that unit, whether that be to the regulatory framework or the institutional capacity to better implement the toolkit. And then also on the back end, develop the reports and the guidance documents to better frame those outcomes and ensure that we see those through to fruition. So in this case, again, the PF funded activity was framed around implementation of the umbrella CTIP3, but started first with the development of a gap assessment to assess CTIP3, which in this case was the Kaduna State Investment Promotion Agency regulatory framework and institutional capacity. After that, we moved forward with the task team as well as CTIP3 to develop an actual guidance note, as well as an Excel-based tool that took the umbrella CTIP3 and tailored it to an Excel tool for Kaduna State specifically and the Kaduna State context to better understand the PPP priorities and to ensure that they had climate mitigation and adaptation risks and opportunities integrated within them. And then lastly, the information that came out of that Excel-based tool was then presented in a clean, green, and resilient PPP pipeline report, which again kind of holistically presented those outcomes of the CTIP3 application, or specifically this tailored tool to the CTIP current PPP pipeline. So you'll see here in a moment when I present the results that the shortlisted projects actually changed based on application of the CTIP3. Next slide, please. So kind of stepping through the three different components of the exercise as I had mentioned, the first component actually prepared a gaps and recommendations report. So in order to ensure that the outcomes of this exercise were seen through to fruition, we had to first ensure that recommendations were made and implemented kind of in the background work that has to happen in order to design these climate smart PPPs. And so as one can assume, most of that work is really centered around capacity building, as well as the updating of the regulatory framework. So in this case, Kaduna State recognized the need to update their PPP policies and manuals, both to integrate climate considerations within the process, as well as make it a requirement really within their PPP planning and preparation stages. In order to best integrate those climate considerations into their updated policies and manuals, Kaduna State, or rather CTIP3, also recognized that they needed to develop statewide climate targets and decarbonization plans. So as Mariana had mentioned at the beginning, there are within the CTIP3 toolkit itself, the introductory phase actually talks you through alignment with the Paris Agreement, utilization of nationally determined contributions for your country, but really taking that information and localizing it such that there's a state or region-wide plan in place based off of that data to better assess the climate risks and opportunities specific to your PPP projects in the area that you're looking at. There was also a need for a mechanism to develop better tools and technologies to collect the primary climate data that was needed to be fed into the toolkit, especially those introductory phases. And then, of course, also a better understanding of how to document and then analyze those climate trends. And then lastly, report out those climate risks and vulnerabilities. So in order for those mechanisms to be in place, of course, the biggest component here is that the capacity needed to be built in order to first collect and then understand that climate data that was being utilized within the development and design of these climate smart PPPs. So again, events like this are really important, and we hope that you get a lot out of it in terms of understanding how to better integrate climate data at the onset of a project, such that when you move forward throughout the PPP lifecycle, those climate smart considerations are already built in from the get-go. And Rollis will talk more about how to do so in the sector-specific toolkits moving forward. Next slide, please. So currently, and I believe Maria mentioned this briefly as well, currently the toolkit exists as a PDF document. So what Kaduna State was able to do was take that PDF document as well as some of the tools that already existed within it, spreadsheets, etc., kind of checklists and things like that, and develop their own Excel-based tool. Again, Excel being kind of a very user-friendly application that we all have access to and all have a good understanding of. And they were able to take those various phases of the toolkit and present them within the various sheets of the Excel document, such that it made it into a very user-friendly step-by-step process in terms of stepping through the various phases or modules of the toolkit. This Excel-based tool was then paired with a guidance note that really set the context specifically for Kaduna State, which we would encourage, of course, your teams to do as well, depending on where you are in the region, as your climate considerations will vary drastically, depending, of course, on where you are, and your infrastructure needs, of course, as well. Next slide, please. And so this is really where we get into the specifics of how Kaduna State was able to implement the toolkit, which I think is really interesting and useful to show. And I should also say that the Excel-based tool that was developed for Kaduna State is something that we can share with you all if it's something that that your unit is interested in replicating. And really what we hope to kind of show with this case study is something that, you know, the World Bank Group could, for example, do with your teams as well, to really make sure that the first pilot of this toolkit goes well and can be applied moving forward for specific sectors as well. So Kaduna State, or Kadipa, has what is called their PPP multi-criteria analysis model. And what they were able to do is actually use the various models of the umbrella toolkit and fit them seamlessly into the model that they already have in order to assess the viability of a PPP and whether or not it should be shortlisted. So when a project first comes to their door, the first thing they do is ask themselves these three questions. One, is there enough information on the project to even move forward with it as something that the country or the region or the state may need? Secondly, they ask themselves whether or not there is a reliable source of revenue or public funding or public sector funding or commitment available. Again, of course, the whole point here is to make sure that we're incentivizing private sector funds as well. But in order to do so, we need to make sure that the public sector is fully committed to the design and implementation of the project as well. And then lastly, once those questions have been answered with yes, we of course need to first ask ourselves whether or not the project itself is appropriate for the PPP model. Once those questions have been answered, and if those answers are yes, according to the multi-criteria analysis model of Kaduna State, it then moves forward into the PPP project preparation, alignment, and selection phase of this analysis model. And again, here is where the toolkit really becomes critical, or became critical for them, and how they've continued to utilize it within their PPP planning processes. So their original model included these 6 criteria where, again, they assessed what the priority of the public sector was to implement this project, what the economic input would be, what the project preparation or maturity level was, the attractiveness to the private investor, et cetera, et cetera. But what they were then able to do is actually add a 7th criteria, which mirrored the introductory phase of the umbrella CTIP3 in order to incorporate climate action considerations into those PPPs that had already been shortlisted. And you'll see here in a moment the 15 projects that they had originally shortlisted to move forward with under implementation. And so again, this 7th criteria here took that introductory phase of the module and was able to assess those projects for potential GHG reductions, adaptation opportunities, how climate could be integrated specifically within the PPP project and life cycle, the scope alignment with climate best practices, and of course, nationally determined contributions, adaptation plans, any of those climate commitments that had been touched on previously by Mariana and Sebastian as well. And once that criteria was applied, if the project was still viable, it would then move forward into the further phases, of course, if it had been selected for shortlisting, of procurement and approval, where again, the latter phases of the toolkit could be utilized for contract structuring and tendering, et cetera. One more slide, please. Okay, so here we can see the 15 projects that Kaduna State or Kadipa had previously identified as being priority projects through their utilization of their traditional MCA model. And on the right-hand side here, you can see the old MCA rating, and apologies that these text boxes are a little off-center here, but you can actually see that the rankings of the projects did change once these projects were re-reviewed through the lens of the umbrella CTIP3 for climate considerations and whether or not climate, both via mitigation and adaptation opportunities, could be integrated within this potential PPP. And what you'll see here again is that this was used for the entirety of the pipeline. So this is not sector specific. You'll see projects spanning from solar power plants to vehicle testing centers, to irrigation projects, to water plant projects, etc. And so actually the ranking of the first 3 projects changed, where the first project that was originally ranked as the top shortlisted project for moving forward to the design and construction, or rather tendering phases first, was moved to 3rd in ranking, whereas the second project was moved up to 1st. And then again, we wanted to box here that the 11th project actually moved into the top 10 and was thereafter ranked 8 after application of the CTIP3. Next slide, please. And so just ending here with some conclusions on CTIP3 implementation, specifically within Kaduna State. Kaduna State officials or CTIP officials actually reported back to us that they felt like because of the utilization of this umbrella toolkit, they were going to be able to pioneer the construction of climate resilient infrastructure in the state for the very first time. And that this really helped them to ensure that the mainstreaming of climate action during the earliest phases of PPP prioritization and planning was assured, and such that all of those climate considerations would then trickle down into the latter stages as well, knowing that once a project had reached tender, if those climate considerations had been introduced at the earliest stages, they would of course make it all the way down to the final stages as well. And so I'll end here and pass it along to the rest of my colleagues. Grid will now present on the sector-specific toolkits, but we hope this has given you an overview of what could be done with your PPP units as well. We're always looking for more opportunities to pilot the toolkit, so please let us know, and we would be happy to work with your units on implementation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, and thanks to you and Mariana for providing this overview of the umbrella toolkits of the modules of the sector-specific toolkits. Moving now to the first sector that will be covered in today's session, that is the road sector. And as you may have noticed in the presentation that Mariana was sharing at the beginning of this session, the umbrella toolkit is covering the entire PPP cycle, whereas the sector-specific toolkits are focusing on the first phase, that is the project selection phase. And the reason is that the team has decided that the aim of these toolkits was to support PPP teams understand how to import climate considerations in PPP projects from the very early stages, and where possible, minimize the need for additional consultants. That means that the toolkits provide quite detailed guidance in every step on what type of assessment to conduct and how to conduct it, so that risks and opportunities may be identified as early as possible into the project selection case, and the teams are aware of the needs in terms of perhaps consultants, project relocation, need for further investigations early on in the project so that they can plan accordingly. Beginning now with a brief presentation of the road sector toolkit, and just making known from the very beginning that what we will be covering here is just a summary of what is in there. There are a lot more examples and more detailed information in the actual PDFs that the World Bank colleagues have been referring to. As examples of road sector projects, we have here a list trying to indicate that when we refer to the road sector, we do not specifically refer to the actual road infrastructure, but a series of relevant investments, including both greenfield and brownfield projects. So starting with the first category here, which are the urban mobility projects and multimodal transportation, an example. All these are examples incorporating a significant climate portion in their design. 2022, a $250 million grant from IDA to improve the mobility and accessibility in the Maputo metropolitan area in Mozambique. And there will be some further discussion about this specific project later. Where we may also be talking about the rehabilitation or expansion or change of alignment of existing road networks. So a very good example of what we call brownfield projects. Two cases borrowed from, this year from 2024, one in Pakistan, the flood emergency rehabilitation project in the province of Sindh, and in Nepal, a roads improvement program where climate risks and resilience formed a very significant component of the projects. Also, 2022 Transit Corridor Improvement Project in Belarus, also a very strong climate component there. There's this third category, which we identify here and describe as greening of transport corridors, including nature-based solutions. We would like to refer to this category specifically because nature-based solutions are a class of solutions that require our attention. Sometimes these are not market-tested solutions, however, they do reflect a very significant potential. So there is quite a lot of encouragement and promotion of such solutions in the toolkits. The example here has been borrowed by from China. It's the Tianjin Urban Transport Improvement Project, which involved a series of measures, including redevelopment of the streetscape, pedestrian and bike lanes, public bike sharing systems, etc. And as you can see here, we also include the congestion management, just to indicate that when talking about projects and when talking about solutions, they don't just have to be hard engineering solutions, just investments on the actual infrastructure itself, but also on the operation of the infrastructure, and hence the congestion management example. And finally, electrification and energy efficiency projects. In 2024, there is such an example in the capital of Georgia, Tbilisi. This is also one of the main goals of climate mitigation and sustainable design of roads.
Ralis, just one point I think to reinforce there. When you talked about nature-based solutions, we're going to be addressing that on day 3. And they do present an interesting opportunity for co-benefits, both to build emissions reductions as a carbon sink, and also to build resilience. So it's an interesting area of development to really add into how we look at climate smart PPPs. Just a comment.
Yeah, and actually we will be having this sort of exchanges during the presentation. So please expect that sometimes colleagues from the World Bank Group may intervene to provide examples or context. I will be now showing the structure. Again, Mariana provided a glimpse. The sector toolkits generally include 4 modules. The roads toolkit is an exception because it only has 3 modules. The first one has to do with the climate mitigation aspects. So if you remember the slide presented by Mariana, these 4 steps for the assessment of the Paris alignment of transport projects, apparently this is the first and perhaps super important step in the selection of projects. All projects have to be Paris aligned, and in order to assess consistency, in order to assess the alignment of projects, the toolkit describes a 4-step methodology. First is checking all the legal documents, including nationally determined contributions, long-term strategies, adaptation plans, and trying to figure out which of the features stated in such documents and also national legislation are supported or not violated by the project. The second step is the identification of potential mitigation risks in, for example, how the project or its operations can negatively impact the country's low GHG emission pathways, for example, by locking in technologies that are not efficient or by promoting the use of more fossil fuels. And the third step is to specify and provide guidance on how to select measures that can be incorporated in the projects to reduce such risks. And as an example here, we are showing the ASI framework. ASI stands for Avoid, Shift, Improve. So by avoid, meaning how to help avoid the actual need to travel. So no need for vehicles to operate to actually operate, to drive the cars, so the less emissions. The second step is the second pillar of the framework is the shift principle. So how to shift or to increase the share of more environmentally friendly modes of transportation and not the ones depending on highly emitting vehicles. And the third pillar has to do with improving the energy efficiency of transport modes and, of course, of the vehicle technologies themselves. So in the fourth step, the toolkit helps define the key performance indicators that will help teams monitor the environmental and sustainability benefits of the project using metrics that have been to some extent borrowed by international organizations such as ICMA and LMA, but also KPIs that have been designed specifically by the teams for the toolkits. Now, when talking about road projects, we recognize two categories. In general, we think of the transportation sector as being one of the largest contributors to GHG emissions, and this is correct. There is, however, a category of projects that we call clean, as their goal is to move people or freight using significantly more sustainable and less polluting means of transportation. An example of such systems, often perceived as a clean transportation project, are the bus rapid transit networks, in which case I will be just showing here some components where the numbering more or less signifies the relative importance of every component on why these projects can be designed to be truly clean in terms of GHG. Clean because they may be using low emission buses, carrying large amounts of people effectively. There can be provisions for dedicated lanes to ensure faster journey times, and also redesign sidewalks for the optimized safety of pedestrians and protection from weather, for instance, direct sunlight, they may be providing shading or protection from rainfall. There are also operational measures that need to be designed, for instance, linkages with local buses and train services to ensure maximum coverage and efficiency so that people are further attracted to use them. They can be integrated within a sustainable cityscape using, for instance, green pavements, such as those shown in the figure. And again, operational measures like fare level adjustments to support inclusive developments and further incentivize the use of these means. There's also the other category, the so-called conventional road projects, where obviously climate mitigation is not their primary purpose, not their primary goal. That's why we are including a set of so-called small-scale climate mitigation options that can be attached or can be designed for road projects. In this case, for instance, we have the use of renewables on site. Yes, there will be vehicles operating on the road or on the highway, and they will be emitting greenhouse gases for as long as they are not being the vehicles are not being replaced by electric vehicles. But there are also opportunities to perhaps install solar panels alongside the roads that will be producing clean energy and perhaps use this energy for the operations of the roads. There are also activities to avoid or reduce GHG emissions by, for instance, using low maintenance bitumen or low carbon market material for pavements. But again, also operational measures, for instance, congestion charging or road pricing protocols, so that people are less incentivized to use their cars. There's a third category, including components that promote low carbon and efficient transport, for instance, charging stations along the road, which means they will be attracting electric vehicles if there's a high density of such charging stations along the network. Energy efficiency provisions during the construction and operations That means using energy efficient appliances, equipment, patrol vehicles for the operation, etc.
Let me
Go ahead,
interject
please.
here. We'll see a video a little bit later that looks at street lighting and the wonderful benefits of creating energy efficiency with something as simple as just replacing LED lights and the savings that that can help generate, as well as the GHG emissions reductions. So simple things that can actually have a big impact.
Yeah, exactly. For instance, another simple idea could be the segregated road sections that are used exclusively by green transport modes. This means that EVs will have their own lane. That means more people may be tempted to go for the electric vehicle option. Then we have the circular economy principles during the construction process. Make sure that these are used as much as possible. And finally, the sustainable use and management of ecosystems. For instance, where necessary to remove trees, let's make sure they are replanted. And there are also provisions, for instance, for wildlife crossing in case this is for some reason interrupted by the construction of the road. And this is a theoretical section of how the integration of climate change considerations in a typical road would look like. As you can see, it includes sustainable drainage systems that are also used for irrigation of plantation on the sidewalks of the road. Dedicated lanes for electric means of transportation, as described earlier. High efficiency traffic lighting, as the example mentioned by Giselle. We will see the video in a while. Swales to replace conventional drainage, and this type of solutions in general. Now moving to the second module, which has to do with climate risks that could potentially affect roads. Making that clear that up until now we were trying to show how the road itself may negatively impact climate. Now let's see how the changing climate may impact roads and how the infrastructure needs or can be protected. And to do that, we start by describing what the potential impacts of every type of relevant climate hazard could be on road projects, road infrastructure. The first hazard that comes to mind, we're talking about disruptions of road or transportation systems, is extreme precipitation and flooding. It is being experienced everywhere, even and perhaps more intensely in areas characterized by droughts, where when there is rain, there will probably be some flooding event as well. So what does it cause? It causes operational disruption due to surface runoff or inundation of the roadways. It may cause scouring of bridge foundations and all the cascading failures, or even damage to road furniture and, of course, accidents. I'm not referring to accidents for every hazard, but this is obvious. Climate threats can be the reason for increased accidents, and this is one of the top reasons why we need to adapt to climate change in order to avoid such accidents, among others, right? Second category of hazards, the tidal waves and storm surges. It is described that they could produce temporal coverage of coastal road assets, especially if they are located at low altitudes. Damage of coastal road infrastructure, such as bridges or furniture. Then we move to wildfires. They may disrupt the operations of a road network, but also they have cascading impacts because of the reduced drainage of the affected forest area that will cause obviously very significant additional surface runoff that could affect the road and could cause flooding. Also ash transfer, loss of connectivity, this type of threats. And finally, dust storms and cyclones. The dust storms especially relevant in cases where next to deserted areas, for instance, in the sub-Saharan Africa, where the dust transfer causes very significant operational disruptions. It does not only cover the asphalt, but also makes it very hard for cars to navigate along the roads. And cyclones, we are familiar with effects like tree falls, signpost failures, deterioration of driving conditions, etc. And then there's the second category of threats, the so-called chronic climate threats, the ones that are materializing slowly, so they will not exhibit themselves in an acute way, but this refers to threats like, for instance, sea level rise or stemming from sea level rise. That is a process that is happening, but is gradually happening. So it may cause, for instance, coastal erosion or inland inundation. Coastal erosion apparently will result in deterioration of coastal road assets, and inland inundation may result in coverage of road sections located at low altitude. And of course, corrosion of the infrastructure with very significant cascading failures later.
Ralis, let me interject there as well. I mean, being able to identify and understand these risks, both historical, current, and also projected, is really critical. It's critical when you're thinking about a greenfield asset, because it may make the difference between a site selection and a shift in that site selection. For existing assets, predominantly like roads, you may have to consider also, might that road be underwater? Are there limitations to what can be done to design that asset and to build the resilience? And what are measures that can address both the existing and future projected climate risks? So absolutely critical factors, because they will lead to operational downtime. They can lead to either partial or even total asset loss. And those are critical things that have to be addressed, and why climate change is really front and center.
Yeah, correct. And the next part is how to mitigate such risks, or how to adapt to the changing climate, and hence the climate adaptation measures. There is obviously a very detailed discussion in the actual toolkits, but again, on the left-hand side, you can see the relevant climate hazards that we showed in the previous slide, and on the right, example adaptation measures. So for instance, if the problem is the extreme precipitation and flooding, then the indicative solutions will include increased surface or subsurface drainage, strengthening of scar protection, NBS solutions, especially for riverine ecosystem adaptation, detention or retention ponds that could perhaps be constructed upstream in order to delay the surface runoff and hence protect the road. And also systems, not hard engineering systems, so-called soft engineering systems like early warning systems or real-time flooding alerts and proactive road closures in order to protect the traffic from the potential impacts of flooding. For tidal waves and storm surges, the change of elevation or road alignment is perhaps one of the most important solutions. Also, increased flood protection depending on the level of the projected intensity of the threat. But this is why we need to be aware of this type of threats early on, so that if the team needs to consider changing the elevation or the entire road alignment, this has to be done as early as possible in order to avoid spending resources and time in a project that is not viable or technically feasible. For wildfires, making provisions for wildfire buffers or also including fire hazard monitoring systems are among the solutions proposed. And of course, the existence of emergency response and fire management plans and adequate testing, this will come when we're discussing the KPIs. For the case of extreme winds, windproofing of lightweight equipment is a solution. Windproofing such as, for instance, bolting or installation of windbreaks, and again, early warning systems, again, protect people from going out in the network if there is a forecast for an extreme wind. For the category of chronic climate threats, again, it may be necessary to change the elevation or the road alignment, or if possible, the building systems such as dikes to increase flood protection may be necessary. And there's this second category of risks. We call them external risks, and showing here their consequences. And by external, we refer to those risks that are not part of the project itself. They're not part of the infrastructure. They're not part of the design. They are even not within the control of the PPP, but will, in the end of the day, affect its performance and also its bankability and insurability, as they may have an impact on the usability, or actually on the availability of the road. There are three main factors identified here. Connecting infrastructure, that means all the interconnected infrastructure such as feeder roads. So if the feeder road becomes unavailable due to flooding, this means that the main road, the PPP project, even if the latter is unaffected, will not be accessible to users. So especially if we're talking about a user pays model, this will result in reduction of users. Transport changes, that means modal shift. So if we have more electric vehicles, if there are more autonomous vehicles coming into the game, then this may challenge the technical specification of the network and its supporting infrastructure. And again, this may render the project less attractive for users in the future. And finally, land use and environmental changes. Perhaps these are risks that do not generate what we call physical damage, but alter the overall risk profile of the road project. So if the surrounding environment is destroyed, and this results in people moving away of the area, or making the project more exposed to flooding, again, this is beyond the control of the project, but it will affect how many people are using it and how it performs when it rains, etc.
Alice, maybe just to reinforce there, climate resilience and design measures, which Rallis just elaborated on across, is absolutely critical for insurability. And insurability feeds into the bankability of the project. The last thing an investor, a private sector investor, or a financial institution wants to do is walk into a project where there's high risks and those haven't been mitigated. It's absolutely vital to the whole bankability and insurability question. So we cannot emphasize that enough.
Thank you. And just to make sure that all these challenges are addressed, in the last module of the toolkit, that's module 4, they are proposing KPIs. In this case, there are two categories of KPIs. Climate mitigation KPIs covered in this slide. So in the category of clean transportation projects like the BRT I showed earlier, these are, in the left-hand side, you can see some example indicators. For instance, the annual GHG emissions reduction, the number of clean vehicles deployed. These are ways to measure how the climate mitigation goals set in the contract are being achieved, and how the private party and the PPP performs in terms of these goals. And in the rest of the road projects, we are identifying, again, 4 categories of KPIs. The ones related to energy efficiency, for instance, reduction in fuel consumption, number of electric charging stations. The ones related to the use of renewables, for instance, the area of installed PVs and the renewable energy produced, amount of energy produced. The ones related to pollution, like air quality measurements, coverage of roadside vegetation, ambient noise reduction, and the ones related to the protection of biodiversity. For instance, how many native species are affected by road construction, etc. So these are all provisions that can be imported into contracts to help units measure the performance of the project during its design and also during its operation phase. And finally, for climate adaptation, again, there's two categories of KPIs, the ones measuring the physical performance and the ones on the operational performance. On the former case, for instance, the weather-related disruptions, a metric could be the days per annum, the repair cost, percentage of closed roads per event or per intensity of event, number of potholes per unit surface, etc. And for operational performance, again, two main categories. First, indicators related to the intensity of climate threat. Apparently, it is normal to accept some hours of road closure due to inundation in case of a very extreme event. It's not normal to accept it in case of a light event. So a good indication of what can be tolerated given the intensity of the climate threat. There are examples shown in the toolkits. And also operational preparedness, measuring the operational preparedness by, for instance, setting indicators like frequency of preventive maintenance actions, or measuring the time elapsed between an actual prediction of an event and the warning announcement. And there's more of these indicators in the toolkit. And with this, I will pass it to
Ralis. One thing I think I want to emphasize here on the KPIs, why are they important? Because they're also helping to augment the bankability. There is a growing market of climate finance that is looking at these KPIs. When we mentioned ICMA and LMA earlier, that's the International Capital Markets and the Loan Markets Association. And those KPIs are embedded in a growing debt issuance, both bonds and loans. So really integrating these into a concession contract for reporting, for performance monitoring, are helping to really enhance the bankability of these PPP transactions. And they're also very much in tune with what the private sector investors and also financial institutions are more and more monitoring. So critical when we look at this to always think back into the global context of why these particular aspects are so important.
Thanks, Giselle. And with that, let's move on to the example I referred to before. I will pass it on to Kathy from PF to present the Mozambique case.
Thank you guys so much for passing it on to me. As I had mentioned, as Helen had mentioned before, over the past years since we've been implementing the toolkits, we've been piloting it so far in 20 countries with 6 completed so far. And this case study that I'm going to present to you is one of the completed ones. Essentially, the case study will show how we apply guidance from Module 2 of the Umbrella Toolkit, as well as guidance from the Transport Toolkit itself, to assess the impact of climate-induced changes to flood patterns and the operations, maintenance, and passenger use or ticket sales in a BRT PPP investment package in Maputo, Mozambique. And this was done using publicly available quantitative data, like what you can find, like, for example, on the climate change knowledge portal that the World Bank offers. These insights were then used to assess the technical and commercial feasibility of the project, value for money to the government, and overall bankability. Next slide, please, Alice. So to give you an overview of the methodology that we used, we had bounding conditions to contend with climate uncertainty. So we used a very conservative climate change scenario, which would correspond to having a low flood level risk. And then we had a most pessimistic climate change scenario, which corresponds to the highest flood risk. And we did this over 2 time horizons, one in 2020 and one in 2040. Again, we relied on empirical data provided by the World Bank task team and engineering judgments. As such, the results were treated as high-level or indicative estimates. However, they provided a really good way forward and feasible options to eventually realize the investment later on in the feasibility and project preparation stage. So I'd like to present to you the results, starting with how these results really helped us to assess the technical feasibility of the investment. So in the most conservative climate change scenario, the study revealed that flooding could lead to up to 1.3 to 3.1% reduction in annual passengers using the BRT, which corresponds to 4 to 10 lost operational days. And in the highest or the most pessimistic climate change scenario, which had the highest flood risk, it was found that this could increase to 2.6 to 5.8% reduction in annual passengers using the BRT, which is equivalent to 8 to almost a month of lost operational days per year. So the study showed that 54% of the ticket loss would be attributable to disruptions in the BRT itself, and that means like the internal losses. It also found that the remaining 46% of ticket loss would be attributable to external risks, like the loss of ridership due to reduced accessibility because the connecting roads to the actual BRT would be flooded, and so they could not access the BRT. So these results clearly demonstrated that the performance of the BRT will be strongly affected not just by its internal adaptation to climate change, but also highlighted the need for wider, greater metropolitan area planning at scale. So that meant that climate-proof designs should therefore consider not just the BRT alignment itself, but also interventions in the broader network. For example, installation of flood protection infrastructure in non-BRT areas that would significantly reduce total loss to the PPP. The findings also highlighted that the design of the BRT should consider climate uncertainty. Now, I'm still on the first slide. Okay, go right back up. Thank you. Should also consider climate uncertainty, which meant that, and when I say uncertainty, I mean a flood event that is currently assumed to occur an average of once every 100 years in the future could actually occur once every 50 years. And so to contend with this, there was clearly a need to adopt, design decisions that can perform across a range of probable scenarios without disproportionately increasing the cost of the project. So to give you a really good example of what I'm talking about here, I mean, like, the design could, choose to use the next larger standard size for a drainage pipeline, or adding protection to the foundation of a bridge. This could have a very or comparatively low initial cost, but it would significantly reduce losses across a range of probable scenarios. Next slide, please. So in this slide, I really want to talk about how the results enable the team to assess commercial feasibility, value for money, and overall bankability. So starting first with the commercial feasibility. So we know that in all of the climate scenarios, the risks to the commercial feasibility of the project were a reduction in fair revenue due to flooding, which will then reduce cash flow, and also an increase in operation and maintenance costs, which would be needed to recover from the impact of those floods. However, the extent to which these elements impacted on the commercial feasibility, of course, depended on the actual climate scenario. So, for example, the study found that while the most conservative climate scenario, which, as I mentioned, corresponded to the lowest flood risk, so in this scenario, there was an overall decrease in returns, but we found that that could be accommodated within the regular contingency provisions of the PPP contract and within the normal risk that should be assumed by the operator. However, the higher end of the flood risk, the impact would start to be more significant, and increasingly reduce the risk-reward balance assumed by the operator. So because the project was already considered to be economically tight, like previous operators had already missed lease payments, we know that there was an illiquid and very expensive local lending market. There's also political reluctance to increase fare levels and other constraints. It was deemed that it would be highly unlikely for the private sector to assume any risks to the project that could affect project economics. So moving on to value for money. So we at the lower end of flood risk, we know that the value for money balance would not be impacted. However, as the risk of higher flood risks increased, and also considering the risk of extraordinary, like force majeure events, the study found that the government should be prepared to account for these in its value for money analysis. So, for example, this could be something like exploring the feasibility of switching to availability-based payments instead of demand-based PPP models. So this should be actually considered when they're doing value for money analysis. And finally, just really briefly on the bankability. So while low-level flood risk was not expected to impact overall bankability, when you consider it in the context of the demand-based nature of the BRT PPP and the context of a knock-on operations and maintenance costs to contend with floods or the potential for extraordinary events, bankability can become increasingly impacted. So the results of this study pointed to the need to identify potential support and cover mechanisms to actually contend with these uncertainties, like, for example, insurance or credit enhancements, like concessional, co-lending alongside a commercial lender, or grantor guarantee. So I'd like to close there, and I know that my colleague Giselle would like to present a video. So over to you, Giselle.
Thank you. Rallis, were you able to pull that up for playing? Let me just share a few notes here as we look at case studies, real projects, real time, and real impact. We have a little video that we want to share with you that really helps us gain insights into actual measures that can help bring in climate, bring in GHG emissions reductions, and bring in savings. And it's a wonderful example of the ongoing World Bank Group collaboration from IFC to the Bank Infrastructure Practice Group, with incredibly important financing that's coming from GIF and from PIOF as well. But let me see if we can play this for you. Just bear with us a moment. Thank you. So again, the power of real impact through projects, and this is what climate change and integration of measures in PPPs can look like. Thank you. I think we're going to turn now to Q&A and would like to open up the session there. Sarah, I know there's been some questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to share those with us and invite Mariana perhaps and others to join me in helping to address those questions.
Thank you very much, Giselle. Well, let me start while we give the participants time to ask more questions. If you feel comfortable, raise your hand and we'll give you the mic to ask the question. Otherwise, put it on the chat. And while you think about your question, I just want to address one that we received from Jean-Noel from the PPP unit in Cameroon, asking how to access this toolkit. I just want to emphasize this is a publicly available global public good that the World Bank Group has created. It's free of charge. The examples that you have seen in case studies are specifically collaborations that the team here has been doing with the country. So if you think that your PPP unit, your government could benefit from approaching us to discuss a much more specific project that requires technical assistance, please do so. We're here to help. We really want to mainstream and implement this climate toolkit as much as possible. And that being said, the climate toolkit will be translated, will be published in Spanish soon, and we'll be working to translate it into French to make sure that the impact can be as broad as possible. Then while we get more, oh yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
Just one thing to add there as well. At the end of the session, we're also leaving some slides with the appropriate contact people within our various organizations that you could follow up with if you would be interested in having this implemented within your own countries. So over to you, Mariana. Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's perfect. That is perfect and a very good point. Another question that I received was pertaining, very good question, so I'm going to speak it out loud and then as well ask my colleagues to complement. But the question was like, are these PPP climate toolkits relevant also for infrastructure that is going to be financed with public resources and not through a PPP mechanism? Because at the early pre-feasibility stage, when the project has not been defined if it's going to be a PPP or just public procurement, that there's some of this lessons learned and best practice do they apply. So I want to emphasize here, as you can see, where PF represents much more the upstream stage, GIF represents the midstream, and IFC represents the downstream. I think that we can all agree that independently, if the project will be publicly available or financed through a PPP, the fundamental of creating resilient infrastructure project is key. And there's a lot of tools, especially more on the early stage of this PPP toolkit, that applies to infrastructure assets independently of how they're going to be financed. But I'm going to open here the floor as well to Giselle and Kathy if they want to come in.
Thank you, Mariana. And I think it's important to think there's a life cycle here. And one of the most important steps as a country that you will make is looking at your Paris Agreement commitments. And you've heard a lot about NDCs, nationally determined contributions. Those are the commitments that you've made with the Paris Agreement goal to keep the planet from warming beyond the 2-degree warming point. And that translates into what we need to do on the ground from an infrastructure perspective and beyond to translate that into a viable pipeline of investments, both public and private. Now, we can acknowledge that post-COVID world, and given the trillions that are needed for investment, crowding in private sector is really important. And they can bring in innovative solutions, they can bring in critical financing, and much like very much the arguments that have been in the past, they add into effective infrastructure management through PPP models. But again, these toolkits can serve at earlier stages to help make some of that decision making between public and private. Were there any other questions that we needed to address?
No, sorry, I would like to come in here, please, a bit.
Sure.
So to answer, just to add a bit to what Giselle just mentioned about the overall structuring of the toolkit, we've actually tried to test to see if we could actually use the toolkit in non-private sector PPP settings. And in fact, we have. in partnership with the GFDRR, which is a global facility for disaster risk resilience. Disaster reduction and recovery, GFDRR. We actually were able to pilot the toolkit in 3 countries. It first was in the Abidjan Solid Waste Management Optimization Project, and this was publicly funded. Another one was in Uganda in the Kampala Ginger Expressway project, and also in Tanzania, the Mbasi Basin Development Project. So, we are coming up with really innovative ways to share the results of these case studies with you. So more to come on that for sure. But yes, it can certainly, because of how it's structured, it can certainly be applied, not just in PPPs, but also in traditional publicly procured type of projects. Do you have any more questions from the...
No, so far there are no more questions in the chat. Mariana kind of touched upon a previous question, which was about how to access the toolkits and if there was a cost of if they're available to anyone. So just to re-clarify that, yes, they're publicly available toolkits. And I put earlier on the link in the chat for people to access them, but I'm going to repost it in a couple seconds. So just to clarify that.
And Sarah, I think it's worth mentioning as well that at the end of the 3 days, we're going to be sharing a package of information with you. So more to follow on that, on top of the links to the actual toolkits, both the umbrella and the sector ones that are so much the focus of our sessions over the next 3 days. And I think if we don't have anything further, we were planning on perhaps a little reduced break.
So we do have a question. We have a question coming from Celine. This is actually a very good question that I think that we all have a lot to say, but how do you reconcile high cost of solution with lack of budget?
Let me try to address that. Oftentimes, the challenges for any PPP model is to look at viability of the project. If it's viable, then we can go out to tender it to the private sector and invite in. Sometimes in certain sectors, you look at a viability gap. And so questions of what you can do to cover that viability gap by either bringing in concessional financing, CapEx buy downs, or other solutions become critical to advance with a PPP private sector solution. Those are some of the tougher ones. What we're finding also, I think it's important to note here though with climate, is that oftentimes it's not just about costs up front, but it's also about savings. And so it's an important equation that you need to assess for each and every project, and that there's opportunities here to look at those cost and benefit solutions as well. Just a few comments. Anything further on the Q&A that we've missed or needs to be addressed?
Looking at it now, I don't see any further questions. We're really glad to see that, people from around the world in different PPP units are exchanging their information. So you guys are forging your own contacts. This is exactly what we were hoping to see. So great to see that happening in the chat as well.
So if not, maybe we'll take a quick break now, and we will have an opportunity for follow-up questions in case you didn't get to ask your question now. But thanks, and hold on.
One second, Mariana, were you able to answer that question from Colombia?
Yes, I did. And I see more questions coming, but we can address them in the second round. Do not worry. If we didn't address them now, we'll do it on the second round. Let's have a well-deserved 5-minute break, and looking forward to seeing everyone here for the next part of the agenda.
Great.
Relish. Well, while we wait for Rallies to reconnect, I think we have another question on the chat here. Rallies, just let us know when you're back in action.
I'm back in action, but if you'd like to start with replying to the questions, wait.
Let's just very briefly address the one related to the transport sector before we move into bulk water, and the remaining ones we'll address on the next section. But I think, Rallies, to you, the core components of a transport plan, as we know, modes, infrastructure, network flows. There was a question from the participant on how does the toolkit segregate the opportunity for PPPs and public? So I think it's similar to the other question that we have, but also how does it translate that into the process that the transport sector project will flow into?
Sorry, Mariana, is that addressed to me?
Oh, yes, I was addressing that to you.
Can you please repeat?
So and I'm happy to as well start, and then the team can complement. But the question is really about, there's core components of a transport plan, right? So we have to put ourselves as a PPP practitioner. You have the way that you will gonna identify your projects, the modes, the infrastructure, networks, flows. So how does the toolkit segregate the opportunity from a public and private perspective, but also the way that they will traditionally identify projects? So I can start, and then over to Kathy, Giselle, and Rallies. But really, the climate tool can start by the same infrastructure lifecycle from pre-feasibility, structuring all the way to tender. So all these components, networks, flows, etc., they will be at the moment of when the transportation plan is being created. It's a little bit before the climate toolkit will come in, because here we want to also selection of the projects. A transportation plan will go a little bit more upstream to identify what are the needs, what are the infrastructure gaps, what are the infrastructure services that we need to deliver, and then after that create a transportation plan. And then once we have the list, how do we make sure that we make those assets with the lowest emissions possible, but as well the most resilient possible? I don't know if anyone else from the team want to comment on that.
I think similar to what we responded earlier, the toolkit can be used across public and private. Now, it is focused on PPPs, which by their nature are private sector solutions. But I think the critical aspect is climate considerations impact us all across. So if you are trying to implement a transport plan, critical to do the analysis early on when you're thinking through what are your goals, what are your commitments vis-a-vis things like the Paris Agreement and the nationally determined contributions, and how in transportation, again, just focused on this sector, are you going to meet those commitments? So being able to really lay out what that means in roads, what that means in ports, in airports, and across the modal transportation areas as well. Bringing in those climate considerations is key.
Thank you so much, Giselle. And I see all great other questions coming into the chat. We'll park those for the next Q&A and give the floor over to you, Rallies, so we can do into the water, and then we have another discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I will try to go through a brief presentation of the bulk water and transmission sector so that we can continue with the Q&A, and probably this will help nourish the discussion as well. Again, as we did with the road sector, starting with the typologies covered by the toolkit, let me explain. The bulk water and transmission sector includes the infrastructure needed for the storage and transmission of treated or untreated water in large quantities for any utilization purpose. So we're talking about large quantities of water, treatment, reservoirs, conveying systems, not the distribution networks within a city or a village. In this context, let's go and see the typologies of the components covered by the toolkit. First, we're talking about water abstraction. That is the process of extracting water from the natural source. Then we have water conveyance. This is how we transport water from the source to the treatment plant or to the reservoir plant. The water treatment, what is being done at the treatment plant, how to alter the water in order to achieve a quality that is safe for consumption. And where necessary, we also include desalination facilities, which represents the process of removing dissolved salts from seawater or from brackish water pumped for consumption. As before, the toolkit includes four modules as with all the cases from now on. But I will try to start from the second module now, just to show an example of how, of the instructions that the toolkit includes on assessing the GHG footprint in bulk water projects before going back to module 1 to follow the well-known structure. Just this makes it easier to follow the flow of the discussion. And what you see here in this diagram is the three main processes in bulk water projects: supply, desalination, and water treatment, with their components on the left-hand side. And on the horizontal axis, what you see in logarithmic scale is the amount of energy used per cubic meter per unit volume of water produced. Now, that is to explain how some processes are associated with very significant GHG emissions, and some others are not so bad, in terms of GHG emissions. So on the supply side, we have the reservoir. As you can see, the reservoir does produce GHG. It's about 1 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. The river intake is more economic in that sense. Groundwater abstraction, reuse, aquifer storage, recovery are intermediate processes in terms of required energy. What is really very resource demanding is the process of desalination. This requires a lot of energy because if you go through the processes that are included, reverse osmosis, distillation, multi-stage or multiple effect, or reverse osmosis for the brackish water, in all cases, these are energy demanding processes. So you will notice that in all these, for all these processes, we require significant amounts of energy. And when this energy is produced by fuel and not by electricity, this is very significantly increased. Water treatment, the energy use is lower, but still what you can see here is that the bulk water sector is a contributor to GHG emissions. Now back to module 1. And again, starting from the opportunities for small-scale climate mitigation. Why we're not showing the Paris alignment parts here? Because in general, water projects are by default Paris aligned. Water is considered a public good. There's no question that any project that has to do with water, provision of providing water to people is Paris aligned. That's why we're skipping this step here and moving directly with measures or interventions to introduce small-scale climate mitigation in these projects. Why small-scale climate mitigation? Just repeating here, because these are not renewables, so these are not projects dedicated to climate mitigation, but present opportunities to reduce their carbon footprint through these types of interventions shown here. 4 categories of interventions. Again, first one, the on-site renewables. The energy needs for the facility, which we have seen are significant, may be covered in part or in full by on-site renewable energy. For instance, PV panels, small-scale wind turbines. And when we say on-site, they don't really have to be on-site or attached. The idea is that the the renewable utility, the renewable plant is used, the energy coming from that renewable plant is used to support the functions of the bulk water facility. The second category, they are the activities to avoid or reduce GHG emissions. How can we do this? By optimizing water management resources, by reusing wastewater, by using more efficient, energy efficient pumping systems. And there's also this category here by making sure that the output is not lost. That means minimizing water leaks, which means that if the water that is actually being produced is not lost due to leakages, then the pumping requirements are reduced. Of course, circular economy principles in the design of the systems and also sustainable certified suppliers and contractors. That is something that could go in the RFPs and RFQs in the later phases of the PPP cycle. And finally, the sustainable use and management of ecosystems, like exploiting wetlands for water storage, monitoring habitat loss, design interventions for to mitigate such habitat loss, etc. And although in this toolkit, we are primarily focusing on strategies for improving the efficiency in the upstream process of water use, we do recognize, and this is clearly stated in the toolkits, that very significant energy savings can be achieved through a holistic water management approach that runs through the entire water use cycle. That means not just in the bulk water part, but also in the distribution part. And it is well known that this is where a lot of leakages take place and where very significant savings can be made. However, this toolkit covers the bulk water part and not focus on that one. And in this case, there are also some additional benefits from managing water efficiently. First, it contributes to energy security, right? It results in reduced electricity demand and reduces the risks of blackouts or the need for new power plants. But perhaps most importantly, it contributes to climate resilience, so it protects from droughts and water scarcity. Saving water, making efficient use of water resources is a very significant step towards achieving climate resilience. It helps preserve biodiversity because the protection of source water, for instance, conserves biodiversity elements, and this in turn protects waterways from pollution. It's also good for the reputation of the operator. It shows responsible government stewardship of public spending and helps enhance the public acceptability of the PPP project. It's also associated with reduced emissions and also economic growth through job creation. Moving to module 3, again, what are the risks posed by the changing climate on the bulk water projects? And we have the same structure as with roads, the threats on the left column and some impacts on indicative impacts on bulk water projects on the right. Starting with the chronic threats, droughts, one of the most important, perhaps the most important threat for such projects. Droughts will cause limited water availability and reduce production capacity of surface reservoirs. This will obviously impact the PPP project as well. We're thinking of it as a social effect. Obviously, drought will result in less water being available for consumption, but in terms of the PPP, it results in limited water availability, which means questionable bankability of the project. Now, obviously, these effects will cause increased pumping, which will in turn produce saltwater intrusion into freshwater, which means that the quality of groundwater will be diminished, and hence extra energy will be required to produce drinking quality water. That's the next chronic threat, the saltwater intrusion, which obviously is associated with the increased operational cost for desalination. And there's a third category, soil erosion, sediment washing, which ends up in the reservoirs, diminishes the quality of receiving water, and results in increased filtration costs for removal of contaminants. In terms of acute hazards, we are here recognizing two main threats. First is flooding. If the facility gets flooded, there will be damage to pumps, to pipelines, to electromechanical equipment. It is associated with increased maintenance costs for repairs and replacements, while episodic peak flows may strain the system's capacity. And finally, fires also in the surrounding environment may produce flood as a cascading impact, but as direct impact, they produce increased pollutant loads, algal growth, higher treatment cost. These are also effects of the direct effects of the rising temperatures. And what can be done, as in climate adaptation measures for water projects, again, for the same threats, example adaptation measures on the right column. Protection from drought, this needs to build infrastructure for aquifer storage and recovery, to diversify the options for water supply, do not rely on one source only. Increasing water storage capacity, perhaps the most efficient measure. So if there are projections for droughts and for decreasing frequency of precipitation, this means that we will have to build to cover a larger area for the reservoir, so that whenever it rains, the runoff can be captured and gradually used for treatment. And also establishing aid agreements with other utilities and preparing drought contingency plans. For instance, having in place strategies regarding irrigation, regarding the supply of water to agriculture, scheduled use of water resources. All these are operational measures that can be taken to protect against a temporal or permanent period of drought. For the saltwater intrusion case, low head dams could be a solution. Also injection of fresh water into aquifers, but also good aquifer management to monitor and control saltwater intrusion. These are all measures being discussed in the toolkits. And for the soil erosion case, monitoring and managing of ecosystems obviously is a solution, but also preservation or restoration of vegetated land covers and watersheds will help manage stormwater runoff and reduce soil erosion. That is the vegetation in the area surrounding the facility, in the area surrounding the reservoir. For the case of the acute hazards, it's well known that we can build flood defenses like seawalls and dikes, and protect equipment by elevating it, by including surge protection and these types of measures. Similarly with fires, similar as with roads, develop fire models and setting provisions for fire management plans, fire scenarios, and the availability of firefighting equipment. These are all necessary adaptation measures for the protection against fires. Similar to roads, we also have here the external risks, the ones affecting the project but not originating from the project. First, main risk are the demographic changes. So climate change may affect demographic projections, may affect regional migration patterns. So if the population of a region migrates, then the bulk water or the water treatment plant may be redundant or may be obsolete, or there may be fewer users, affecting the relevant payments. Agricultural production, again, if agricultural practices are modified, this will reflect on the water use patterns, either positively or negatively. And also the energy security and the cost of energy. As we have seen, they will affect the operational costs of the facility. So these are, again, factors that affect the bankability, affect the insurability of the project. They are beyond the control of the operator. Hence, these need to be taken care of early on so that appropriate risk mitigation measures are in place. And again, concluding with the KPIs, there's a first category of KPIs referring to the climate resilience targets, and with this we have moved to module 4, which refers to KPIs. There are 5 main categories of climate resilience targets identified here: reduced losses and disruptions, quick recovery, duration and effectiveness of maintenance works, emergency response, and financial targets, and the corresponding indicators, for instance, climate-related energy yield losses, number of people or enterprises benefiting from measures to mitigate the consequences, downtime, duration of downtime, time to restore operation, number of water leakages per year, frequency, number and frequency of emergency drills, and cost of uninsured climate-related incidents over revenues. This apparently affect the financial feasibility of the financial performance of the project. And the last slide, the social or environmental targets. This can also be part of the KPIs and linked with the payment mechanisms providing incentives or penalties to the private party. Water efficiency, that means indicators like reduced water losses. Energy efficiency, indicator being the energy consumption, the energy recovery. Water pollution, with indicator being the number of pollution incidents per year or the number of water quality tests to make sure that the water is not polluted. Sustainability measured through changes in biodiversity index, for instance. And finally, the use of renewables. What is the energy mix? What is the percentage of renewables penetration? What is the ability to generate power on site? And I think with this, we have concluded the overall presentation of the toolkit, and we can move to an illustrative example of for Angola, which will be presented by Kathy. So Kathy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ral. It's a wonderful presentation. I'll keep it super short because I know that we are running short on time. But essentially, very much earlier in the presentation, you would know that my colleague Helen gave us a case study in Nigeria that showed how the Umbrella Toolkit was useful in developing a climate smart PPP pipeline for multiple sectors, as well as a guidance note for continued use for development of climate smart PPPs in Kaduna State, Nigeria. The study that we're doing in Angola would mirror much of this, but it will be done specifically for the water sector. So the study is still ongoing, but by the end of it, we are hoping to infuse climate smart criteria in the water PPP project screening approach used by the government of Angola. We'll also apply the screening approach to an already existing water PPP project pipeline and work plan. So we hope to have results of how they've been able to reprioritize and select projects based on application of that of climate smart criteria. And then we'll also develop a water PPP program manual that includes guidance and appropriate climate risk assessments that will be needed for future water sector PPPs, and as well strategies for integrating mitigation and adaptation in project design. So this project is still ongoing, but I mean, we will plan to share with you the finalized case study. We're working on innovative ways to continue our collaboration with all of you who are invited here today. So that's it. Thinking too of the time, should we move over to a really quick question and answer session?
Thank you, Kathy and Rallis. Maybe we can open that up, inviting Mariana also to join us all in on answering some questions. And I see there were at least one or two earlier questions. Perhaps we can try to tackle those. And I think an interesting one, which is really addressing a question I'm sure that's forefront of your minds, which is what do you do with existing PPPs beyond the looking at future PPPs, whether they're greenfield or brownfields? And I think it raises some interesting challenges and opportunities, ones that we're beginning to think through and begin to address with clients, certainly at IFC and more broadly at the World Bank Group as well, which is if there is an existing PPP, are there existing structures or negotiation clauses that allow us to step back in and work together with the government and with the private sector concessionaire to analyze climate risks and look at integrating climate change, both decarbonization measures and climate resilience? These issues obviously will raise an important question of whether there might need to be a rebalancing in terms of the payment schemes, because it may add very well a new CapEx, OpEx requirement. But that needs to also be looked at with the downsides of potential losses, whether it's operational losses and downtime or actual physical losses to infrastructure, either total or partial. And I think, you know, those are some of the important considerations. I think more and more as we begin to look forward to newer transactions, the idea of bringing in some flexibility into the concession contracts to allow for future negotiated agreements between the parties, between the government entity and the concessionaire will be key. And we might even see some changes to force majeure clauses. These are part of the evolution of what we're beginning to see with climate change. And they're important things to continue to watch and monitor. I don't know if Mariana, Coffee, if there's anything else you would add there, or if there's other questions we need to look at.
I don't wanna. I think you covered it pretty well. I wouldn't add anything unless Mariana wants to. If not, I'll just move on to a really interesting question I saw in the chat. Can I do that, or would you like to add more, Mariana?
Well, I think that was a perfect summary. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, great. So someone asked in systems. So sorry, Dalila Zesik asked. In systems with multi-government levels, can PPP plans based on the toolkit be adapted at regional levels only, or state and then lower levels of governance? So the toolkit is designed, we very intentionally designed it to be very modular, meaning that gives it maximal flexibility. You can apply it from the federal to the local level of government. You can also apply it at the overall pipeline level to specific projects. It depends on what you'd like to evaluate. So for example, if you want to use module 1 of the toolkit, as we've seen in our pilots, that's mainly done more at the federal level, where people want to actually identify and prioritize project pipelines. We've also been able to use other modules for appraisal and evaluation, pre-feasibility studies, like for example, module 2, when we applied it at the city level in Mozambique to specifically assess a BRT. So just to answer your question, indeed, we designed with maximal flexibility. The modules can be adopted for different types of use. Again, just one other example as well. I know that my colleague Helen had also provided an example of how it was used at Kaduna State, which is a regional government level. We've also applied it with the government of Ghana, PPP unit, which is a federal level institution. So yeah, it's quite flexible, to answer your question. Would Mariana or Giselle like to jump in? Or can we move on to another question?
Kathy, perfect. I think that we have one outstanding question from Louis Lakeman, saying in some jurisdictions, utility corridor for water, sewage, telecom, etc., service has to be between the same roadway. Please advise how the tool addresses this synergy with this infrastructure. So I'm going to start, but open to the team to contribute. Louis, I think this is a very important that if you take one step back, it's about the importance of looking infrastructure not as a single asset, but as a system. And I think that the toolkit does a really good job at the beginning, in the very early stages, the upstream selection, advising the user on how to look at the project and how does it fit with the planning between the jurisdiction but global, meaning not only the national development plans, but also the sector-specific planning for the country, and as well the global goals. So of course, as we know, these are climate related toolkits, so it looks from the climate mitigation and adaptation perspective. But I think that the project toolkit identifies and very much addresses that the project and climate hazard should not be looked only at the project asset base, but as a system. So in the matter of like how would they be on the same road, et cetera, that's part of sector planning, master planning, and et cetera. So this toolkit is not specifically done for infrastructure master plan development. It comes once the master plan has been developed. How can we ensure that the pipeline is very well selected and mitigation adaptation are addressed? So I don't know if anyone else wants to contribute to this.
Just one point,
Yeah.
Mariana, here.
Yeah.
This is also partially covered in the external risks part. So, and this is a very good question, because exactly in case of interconnected infrastructure systems like the ones mentioned here, you have to look into them. So if there is a failure on the roadway and this has cascading impacts on everything else, then this has to be taken into consideration. And this is exactly what the toolkits are trying to show, to guide users into identifying these interconnections and these perhaps cascading hazards that may be caused from one sector to another.
And I think the interconnections also talk to intercommunications, because clearly when we think about emergency preparedness plans, you've got a number of players: government, concessionaires, and various different other stakeholders that all need to be communicating around climate events and how to best plan and address them when they do happen. So a critical aspect of this interconnectedness, I think. Let me ask, I believe we've covered those in the chat. Are there any other follow-up questions that you'd like to ask now? And if we've missed anything, please do feel free to raise your hand and say, I've got this burning question. Okay. If not, let me say a big thank you to all of you for joining us today. And I'd like to do a little bit of a summary of what we've covered today as well. So we've kicked off with some important introductory remarks that really kind of set the global context for what we're trying to tackle. And let me reiterate some of these important points. Climate change is happening. And unless we all step up and accelerate our action and bring in climate change into PPPs and into our planning and infrastructure, we're going to get to critical tipping points. And we're seeing some of those critical tipping points already happening around the world, with some of the impact from flooding from South America to Africa to Asia and beyond. So really, there is an important call for stepping up and accelerating our action. The first part of that, and that piece lies very much with all of you, with government, is the Paris Agreement commitments and the nationally determined contributions, and how you filter that down into deciding around investments and pipelines that are going to be both public and private sector. And when we think about the private sector, bringing in climate smart PPPs is critical. And the toolkit really is designed to help you think through, in a modular perspective, what it means to integrate climate change into PPPs that will help you introduce private sector investment and finance that's so critical to driving this advancement, to driving in critical investment, and also to driving innovation in the sector. And so today we've explored two important sectors. Mariana kicked us off with an overview of the umbrella toolkit, and I'd like to remind you all to please go back and look at that, because it provides a far more in-depth look at all of the critical modular steps of the climate change toolkit. It's really important. Kathy and Helen also elaborated on some important examples and case studies of what's happening real time, real projects and real impact, including the street lighting that we shared with you as well. And Rallis has helped really lay out across two important sector toolkits, and we'll cover more tomorrow. But today we really covered the harder to abate sectors, transportation, and particularly looking at roads. And we have to really look at the breadth of infrastructure investment, to look at what we need to do to advance these Paris Agreement goals, to look at what investments, and to create this pipeline of climate smart transactions. So roads is one key element of that transportation transformation. Also, we looked at water, vital sectors that are going to get impacted more and more as we see heat and drought taking place. These are critical aspects that we need to take into account. These are vital parts of our infrastructure, vital parts of our economy, and absolutely vital to sustaining our population. So really two important kickoffs today from an umbrella to the sector toolkits. Tomorrow, we will look at other critical sector toolkits from renewables to ICT and explore all of that. And then finally, in a third day, we want to help translate all of this into what it means from a climate finance perspective, looking at carbon markets and opportunities, looking at other tools like edge green buildings and nature-based solutions, which present some interesting co-benefits. So we invite you to join us over the next following 2 days. And a big thank you for joining us today. Together, the World Bank Group and you can help make a difference and really step up our commitments and accelerate action around climate change. And we can do that using toolkits that we've showcased today. So a big thank you to you all. Mariana, Kathy, any final words here to wrap up?
A huge thank you to all the team and all the participants for this journey together, and looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.
Yes, and please note that at the end of the session, Sarah will be emailing you with a reminder of the link for tomorrow's session, as well as giving you a 15-minute warning before the next session begins. So we hope to see you tomorrow, and we hope that you have a really good rest of your days.
Thank you all for joining us, and more to follow as we continue with the workshop. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.